What's up, everybody? Welcome to night shift number 3 of the Banterthon. My name is not Ilya Zargatsky, but Jan Gustafsson, so I'm gonna change that real quick, even though we are all team Banterthon during this event. I haven't really kept count, but I have a feeling we're almost there. Like, how much time is left? Less than 20 hours? Maybe exactly 20 hours? Yeah, chess players aren't good at math. That much we know. I'm feeling reasonably fresh. But that can change very quickly. Let's keep it rolling and play somebody. You have no pending challenges? No one's challenging Banterthon? That can't be true. First let me change Banterthons. I'm Jan. How can I be Jan? Go away, Jan. This can only take hours. Just getting started. Let me change the profile pic. For starters, as usual, I showed up for work like 1 minute before the actual show starts, so it's all well prepared. And the cleaning personnel is outside. The office is a mess, but it's not my fault today, so they can't blame me, but they were shocked when I just entered. What is this guy doing here? Starting at 10 p.m.? Is he an intruder? Does he want to rob all the laptops? And the answer is nah. Alright. What else is new? Not much. I got in a lot of sleep. I didn't have a day shift, so I'm feeling fresh. I saw some damage was done to poor Banterthon's rating, and I will crush everybody trying to get it back. Here we are, 2608. Filipino. Oh, I didn't ask. Can you hear me? Do we have lag? All that good stuff. This computer has probably been on forever, so it might have to be restarted at one point or another. But it looks like there's no complaints yet. Therefore, we shall continue with this trendy, whatever they call it, anti-Grunfeld, semi-Grunfeld, F3 Grunfeld, hybrid Feld. I don't know what it's called, but I don't want to lose my d4 pawn, so I shall keep it. Knight c6, do they do that here? Out of book already. Whatever, let's push. Normally I castle queen d2, knight c6. When you go along castles, maybe bishop b5 is a reason against knight c6. Not 100% sure. Let's put the bishop here. I want to go f4 real quick. Exchange that dude and see how things go. Here we go, yo. Some slightly creepy comments coming in already. Good to see you back, Lord of Weasels. And good to see that knight on c4. Because I might grab some things. And even though Pawn Grabber is my first name, like Knight Grabber it's maybe not my middle name, but it should be up there. If you guys give me more knights, Filipino's gonna be kicking himself now. Come on, Queen d4 check. First game of Jan's Banterthon night shift and I miss Queen d4. He might not play me again all night. Sorry, Filipino. Such things happen. Hang in there. He mixed up the moves. See, I didn't know any moves. Sometimes it's better not to know anything. And Filipino calls it a day already. Let's see if we can play somebody else. What about Jaded Jack? From the USA. Up already? I keep thinking it's like early morning in the US, but it's afternoon, so it's not that crazy. But that's not gonna save Jaded Jack, because I'm gonna play the Trompovsky. Who doesn't like the Trompovsky? I don't like it that much, because you have to give up this poor bishop many a time. d6, yeah, you can go d6. Most people don't do it. If you're gonna make a random pawn move, I prefer c6, because it gives me a chance to blunder my bishop after c6, e3. Queen a5 check. The bishop's gone. Anyway, this structure, yeah, is very randomy. I'm gonna play the typical Trompovsky setup to play c4, knight c3, g3, bishop g2, knight e2, then have a look around. See if anything can be found. c5 I actually don't mind. It weakens the d5 square, but it creates some counterplay along against my center, against the dark squares. But I think you have to be consistent. Follow it up with knight c6 and queen b6. Knight d7 strikes me as a little passive. I'm gonna be experimenting with different accents today. I have no idea what that one is, but if I can attack a queen with tempo, I shall do so. So yeah, jaded Jack under some positional pressure here already. He's going rook b8, maybe he wants to go b5, maybe he just doesn't want to blunder any knight forks on c7 in the future. Therefore he's sidestepping, and I'm continuing with my intended range of pieces as intended. Intended as intended. Excellent English. Bunch of tech problems. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Why doesn't the stream run on the iPad? I do not have the slightest clue. I don't use such advanced technologies. I do have a laptop. Should get an iPad one day, really, but I could never quite see the use of it, because I do have an... How much Apple plugging are we going to do? I do have an iPhone, so an iPad is just a bigger iPhone, right? But this feels like a 2008 conversation. I believe everybody has kind of universally agreed that iPads are great. Time to get on the bandwagon before it's too late. I want to put another knight on d5. He will wisely stop me with bishop c6. And even though, well, Banterthon took some hits, but he still outrates jaded Jack. And in spite of my rating edge, I haven't really taken a lot of his material yet. Like, I'm slightly better because my bishop is better, but kudos to jaded Jack for playing very sensibly and hanging around. Am I watching what? Nah, super high roller ball. I don't know what that is. A poker thing? Nah. Can I do a southern accent? Nah, not really. I'm struggling with the Jarl. That we had that topic last night. Not gonna be able to do it. Trying to open some new fronts here. Very important not to go bishop b7, because after rook b7 my poor bishop would lose his life, but now I can do it. And jaded Jack is gonna regret queen c7 greatly, because he played so well, kept the position materially equal, but this almost wins the house. Now f7 is also dropping. Pawns are dropping like flies. I haven't seen that many flies drop. Why do they say that? I don't know. That's the level, just setting the tone for the rest of the night, so you guys are in for a treat. What do I do? I guess just good old-fashioned pawn grabbing. This is a good bishop. Jack resigns. King h8. You can hang around a little bit, but yeah, it will probably not end well. Here we go again against Nick. Oh no, I thought I clicked on Nick Mata. I think I did click on Nick Mata. Clicking's very hard. Another US American. I haven't followed the US election thingy for a while. Gotta keep up. I get all my education, if you can call it education, from podcasts. So the only thing I know about the US election, why do I keep playing this line, is whatever they say on this podcast I'm listening to, which is called, what's it called? Keeping it 1600? Even though I don't even know what that means. But yeah. What is this? Is this deja vu? Is this your second account, Filipino? You know what? I'm gonna change the move order. Maybe he's watched that game and thought, nah, I know this line is nonsense. I'm gonna catch Jan in that one. Not gonna be able to do it. I'm flexible. That's the virtues of ignorance. Since I don't know anything about any of these lines, I can do whatever. Looks like Nick Mata knows what he's doing here. I don't want any knights on c4, so I'll go b3. But of course, that does soften my grip on this long diagonal, and maybe in the future he can use that with c5 or whatever. But it doesn't seem so easy. Not sure if d5 is the way to go. d5, c6. Nah, don't like it. I'll just castle. Hang on, I'm feeling like I'm blundering things. Oh yeah, I did blunder things. C6? Ooh. At least my spider sense tells me when I'm blundering. It's not technically a blunder, but I can't go back to d3, which obviously is the square you want to go to. And after bishop a4, the situation is getting ugly. Or a6, same story. So castles was totally ridiculous. But I'm still gonna trick Nigmata. That is a plan, at the very least. Doesn't look very harmonious though. Ugh. Poor Mr. Bishop. What happened to you that you have to go to a4? Such an ugly square for a bishop. No bishop deserves such a fate. And yeah, I've made my peace with having to go to this ridiculous square. But don't try this at home or don't try this anywhere. At least he takes it. That makes my life a little easier. Bishops are normally better than knights, but the bishop on a4 with the pawn on b3 is not really a pride and joy of the position. And this, yeah, I don't know if I'm better, but it looks like it's kind of a normal situation again. Not as sad as a couple of moves ago. Let's see what kind of food we have in the studio. Wow, I'm talking a lot today. I don't like when I'm talking that much. Shut up. Take a break once in a while. Let people breathe. Change my mind. I don't want to exchange queens anymore. Change my mind again. I want to exchange queens again. Very consistent. Pre-move. Can I go here? I'm very scared of blundering like my queen or something. And no, you can never see too much Marvel. Says the guy who has Deadpool as his profile pic. We've discussed Marvel. I'm really not even such a big fan. I'm getting annoyed that every story that deserves to be told in the cinema has to be about a guy who mutated to have superpowers. Like, we can have like 20, 30 of these stories, but do we need like a new Spider-Man every 3 years? Spider-Man actually I boycotted. I've seen the Tobey Maguire ones, but I'm not gonna watch the Amazing Spider-Man, the whatever it is, the Ultimate Spider-Man, however they're gonna call the new ones. So I'm a decent nerd, but I'm not willing to go full nerd and say all I want to see the rest of my life is superhero movies. So I actually hope that trend changes one day. Can I go here? Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense actually. Don't know what to do. Time to change my mind again and no longer exchange queens. I know, it's a roller coaster ride, Nigmata. Will the queens stay? Will they go? Will we ever know? I should be better because, yeah, his king is a little weak and all that good stuff, but I haven't been very consistent over the last couple moves, so I'm not sure how much it really is. It's also a weird back and forth on this diagonal. I'm playing for cheapos as usual, f6, rook c7. Cheapos. Many a game has been forked up by a knight. Thanks, Nigmata. A lot of newbies here. Great to see that, or at least a lot of guys that, according to my records, Banterthon has not yet done battle with. Oops, no, I don't want to leave the game. Let's play Archimedes 10 from España. Well, I'm white. I thought it was black for some reason. Time to throw in a little e4. Le Français. Alright. Let's play the French. It's probably my least favorite opening because it's so weird. It doesn't belong to any family of openings. It's just different. Knight d2, I feel like, leads to the most normalish chess game character. Knight c6 they normally don't do, right? It might transpose to things. But I have a feeling you should take on d4. Might make life a little easier. Then again, all my e4 opinions are not to be taken all that seriously, because I don't know all that much. Still, it's a normal-esque position. I don't really have anything though. If he takes, and even knight d4 might be a move. Or on an ambitious day, f5. Caution with f5 though. Gives me targets. Bishop e7 is more humble. I'll develop some pieces. How bad can it be to bring some pieces out? Now the queen is starting to feel the heat on d7. Rook d1 is going to hit it again. If it has to go to e8, it's going to be a little passive. Yeah, we're not gonna get a lot of ratatatatas. I'll leave the gunsling to Pepe. I think he's a more convincing gunslinger. Did I say gunsling? Yeah, whatever. I just say random stuff. And I don't pay any attention. He could have taken on d1. You should take on d1. Archimedes believed me. Always a mistake. Like, I'm not sure I'm lost after queen d1, but certainly a better version than what we have now, where I have a decent position. Don't know what to do. I want to go h4, but I'm scared he just takes it. Fears of a pawn grabber. I'll go here for lack of better ideas, and because I'm panicking that I might be blundering rook to d1 again. We shall see. f5, that's what I was trying to provoke. Because I have a target for future pawn grabbing operations. Look at that juicy e6 pawn. We are coming. Darkman's coming for you. So what are you gonna do? Keep on running. I don't know, is that Nana? Shows what a sad childhood I had. German, not even hip-hop, I don't even know. What do you call that genre? Certainly don't call it music. e6 is still standing, but stay tuned. Stay tuned to learn more about the fate of the poor e6 pawn. I should make a luft before it's too late, because I'm very concerned about backrank mates. Maybe at tactics, maybe not. We are coming, Mr. e6. Saying maybe at tactics, I was loudly wondering about bishop d7, rook d7, followed by bishop b5, taking on e8 and on f6, when I'm maybe slightly better. Oh, what did I tell you about e6? Pawns never move backwards. Never move back, right? Is what they say. What is this? A queen sacrifice? I'll take any queen I can get. It's not enough. Bishop and a rook, and I have an extra pawn because e6 is gone. So it's not enough for the queen. Apart from the fact that I might ask some direct questions with queen d2. That might be hard to answer. As usual, my main concern is backrank mates. Not so much anymore. So let's wrap this up. I forgot to make myself some coffee. Right now I'm still hyped up, but I'm not sure how long it's gonna last. This pawn and this pawn. this pawn. That's another problem with being a pawn grabber. You never know which one to take. Alright, I will allow you a check. You should go bishop e5. Practical chances. Threatening rook d1, checkmate. Rook d2, he's going for activity. What will I go for? I'm not sure if I'm overdoing my pawn grabbing stick, but I really like pawns and I don't like getting my pawns taken. So I'm gonna cover this guy and run with Antonio the a-pawn. Alekhine is looking for a plan. Bishop e7, bishop c5, targeting f2. Will I be in time? Nah, not gonna be able to do it. Therefore, he resigns. Who's next? So much rating to win. I should play some strong opponents, but for now, I'll play everybody that I can see whom I haven't played yet. Like Alan Shore. So I'm playing words, or is this just your name? We will never know. I'm white every game. No, I'm not a big coffee drinker. During a normal day, I barely drink any, or I might have one in the office, but to make it through the night, it's a bit tougher. Like today, I feel very fresh because I didn't have a day shift, so I just slept after my last night shift, and I got in a solid, whatever, 8 hours. So I'm feeling good. But the last 2 nights, I was kind of suffering because I was doing stuff during the day as well. Alan Shore plays the knight off. Normally I play h3, at least in my fake Blitz games. And bishop e3 was just teasing because I think knight g4 is a good move. I don't like these knights after bishop g5, h6. So I'm going to switch to h3 now. A lot of people do that actually. Looks like Alan Shore is a serious student of the knight off. Somehow in my Blitz games everybody plays bishop e6, which is not the move people play. They normally play h5 to stop g4, and b5 is also gaining a modest following. But my Blitz games, everybody does this, combined with b5. That's interesting. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to go bishop g2, if b4 is a positional threat here. Like my grip on knight of positional subtleties, like when do I react to b5 with a3, when don't I, is still very, very limited. f4 he should take, and he does. Rook c8. Can I ask this knight what its career plans are? What's your 5-year plan, Mr. f6 knight? Like, go back to where you come from? Like, you should never forget where you're coming from, but that doesn't mean that you have to go back so early in your career. Just my opinion. But seriously, g5 is a little awkward to meet. I think awkward is another word I'm overusing dramatically. I don't know why. Because I'm the further thing from awkward. Very comfortable. Yeah, this pawn is hanging. Knight c5. Bishop e3 maybe. It's trouble, this knight. It's kind of backwards. Alright. And if knight c5, I could also switch gears and go queen f3 to give a little checky on f7. e5 doesn't make things any easier. I should play e4 more often. Are those the positions you're getting? I have a feeling I wouldn't get these regularly. All the way back. All right. Almost enjoying my position too much to force the issue. Queen e6 wins, but it's somehow even nicer to keep control. Now you gotta. Thinking if I'll manage to end one game with a combination, but probably not. Probably I'll just grab some pawns. Okay, this can't even be called a combination, but that knight had to go. I haven't thought about it. Like, my position is fairly overwhelming. I somehow want to end the game with rook f8, king f8, and then some g6, queen f7 mate. But I'm not sure how to do it. So I'll just continue to fool around. I might mess this up while I'm too overjoyed with the beauty of my position. It's unlikely though. Here queen d7, and you know, hanging around. I just want to make quiet moves. Very hard to parry either of those threats. Sorry, Ellen Shore. Things have not gone all that well. Queen d7's mate. I'm looking for something more violent, but nah, let's not unduly torture Ellen. Play somebody else. Last pawn standing. Challenge accepted. Let me take all your pawns. What's that? Like, what's this dude called? Johnny number 5? What's he called? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's some different robot. It's Johnny 5, right? Maybe it's not. I guess it's not Johnny 5. I'll go for a quick kill in this one. I'll play h4, bishop h7, knight g5, queen h5, queen h7, checkmate. Mark my words. Okay, first I'll defend my pawn on c3. Mark my words. I actually didn't need h4, I could just have done it. Somehow I wanted to go h4 first. For really no reason whatsoever. One thing that always puzzles me, like often when you get in these bishop h7 sacrifice, now he's gonna think and then play king h8. No, he takes. You should take. Like, you're lost, but you should still take. Because if you go king h8, then you're just lost without any hope. Well, now, at least black is a piece up. And if you survive the onslaught, which you won't, but if you survived the onslaught, then you could win. Well, king h8 is just totally hopeless. So whenever you miss a bishop h7 sacrifice, take the bishop and hang in there. Not sure that's good advice really, because if it's just mate, then yeah, you might be better off going king h8. Don't miss the bishop sacrifice. Remember this tactic, last pawn standing. It's a very typical tactic against the castled king, and you want to be very careful with it. So the game's gonna go king g8, queen h5, rook e8, queen f7, king h8, queen h5, king g8, queen h7, king f8, queen h8, king e7, queen g7, checkmate. It's Grandmaster League pattern recognition in action, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's very, very impressive stuff. Oh, and last pawn standing or resigns. Yeah, hard to avoid the mate here. Learned a lesson. The bishop h7 stuff, very important to familiarize yourself with that theme. And yeah, I just screwed around by going h4 first. Wasn't really a reason to. Oh, a 2700 player. That is exciting. Mr. Cricket. Let's see what cricket is up to. Not my favorite sports. If it's a sports, I'm not sure. I have to ask Peter Svidler. But the Ruy Lopez is my favorite sports. Let's see how it goes. This is a system I rediscovered my love for last night. Well, my main system is still the Marshall. But somehow last night I started playing this stuff. And can't say I was enjoying myself, but it was alright. This is the main theoretical line. Knight a3 is what they do. If he goes queen d3, I will be out of book and very sad because I won't remember. Bishop e3 I'm sure is also possible. I'll just play standard moves like castles, h6, rook e8 and see what happens. Standard moves executed. What's next? Generally, I tend to be happy if white goes d5 in these structures because... hang on, I'm not even sure if that's a pre-move. Because once the center is fixed, then I have long-term attacking hopes on the king side. Well, for white it's not that easy to play or to break through on whatever the other side of the board is. Where do I put my knights? This is the typical regrouping, knight h7, knight f4, knight g5. Not forced, there's other options, obviously. But yeah, white has to be a little more careful than black in these positions. So I'm not too unhappy. Let's throw this one in just for good luck. Probably has to go c4. Then the bishop loses a bit of sight. Doesn't go c4. All right. Then I shall do active things. Maybe I should think for 1 second before I get all overexcited because I didn't think about queen takes c7. Poor Banterthon. His suffering continues because of my ignorance. It's unclear though. Queen c7, rook b3, queen f7, king h7, queen e8, and then something h4 or rook takes g3. h4. I see your point, sir. Okay. I guess I should do this. Not sure why I guess I should do this, but I did it. And I thought now I could take with the immediate danger gone. Bishop d1 is way too deep for me. He wants to go to f3, I guess, to defend. That actually makes a lot of sense. Go away. I'm sure I missed some direct wins for playing too quickly and too randomly. Not really thinking. h4 was very dumb. Okay. Can I still win? Still like to win. Knight g2, bishop g2, h3 doesn't really win. Queen g3. I can't see anything better and I should speed up. There he goes, knight g3, interesting. Yep, he's hanging in there. Dude is not rattled by anything I'm doing. Come on, get rattled. Maybe I just have to take a draw. Very sad. Good game, cricket. Yeah, I'm sure I missed many things. But here, I don't know. Maybe I can still gamble for a win, but it started to look very dangerous. I couldn't find it. Good game. Now I'm already annoyed. Steaming. Let's play champ. Oh, he changed a weird time controller. 4+2, please don't do that. We're gonna be here all night. And my flagging potential is greatly reduced if we play 4+2 games. Yeah, that was sad, because I got a perfect position for this line. And really, the attack should play itself. I was just being very superficial and sloppy. What to do? Champ is not around? Mr. Champ. Ah, there he is. Pre-move. The triangle. He's a Sopiko Guramishvili disciple. Sopiko just did a video series on this line, which I play sometimes, but I normally don't do it against knight f3, because here, yeah, white has extra options, like the one I'm playing, this queen c2 stuff, where I was never that comfortable. Still, of course, it is all playable now with some sort of queen's gambit kind of thingy. Well, yeah, I'm doing my usual thing, waiting moves before he takes on c4. Blah, blah, blah. Normally you don't want to move this bishop yet, because then dc4 would come, therefore I'm messing around. Knight h5 changes the nature of the position a little bit. So, aggressive player will play g4, g5 here without thinking. I'm not an aggressive player though. Still, let's have some fun. Thinking, what is he thinking about? Queen f6 doesn't work. Gotta go knight f6 back, Mr. Champ. g4 really threw him off guard. If you only have one decent move, you should make it quickly. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't decide if I want to go h4 and then g5, or g5 immediately, or none of the above. But it felt logical to go for this. Not sure if it's good, but I found it strangely appealing. The normal rule of thumb would be to look for counterplay in the center with e5 here. The white center is surprisingly resilient though in these positions normally, because knight h7, he's very concerned about my expansion. I'll still keep coming, Terminator style. Alright, we should have time to take. And now the plus of his knight on h7 is that now bishop d3 hits this knight. I know it was a little hidden because I just removed the bishop from attack, but it still did it. Peace up, that's good news. Champ has seen enough. Now the knight grab. Oh, Grandmaster Jordain van Forest is challenging. What is this, 5-minute game? The young up-and-coming Dutch superstar. I'm sure he's all booked up in that. Whatever. And the King's Indian is one of my many kryptonites. This line, which I'm gonna play, is a line where I've lost countless games, but I still keep going back to it. It's a bad childhood habit. I just don't understand the King's Indian. It's very sad. But anyway, knight g4 and f6 is one of the main lines. g5 and knight h6 is the main choice here, which I'm sure Mr. Forest is well aware of. In my days we played this line, where I'm a little worried he's more booked up than me, but what to do. Now I'm starting to approach out of book territory. I always thought this was slightly better for white, but I'm not sure if any evidence for that claim has ever been unearthed. So I'll just keep making moves. I'm a bit afraid of g4, kicking my knight around, so I'll go h3, which might be a little passive. Maybe it's supposed to go h4. Not sure. Yeah, I think h4 might be more critical. Then g4, weird position. Anyway, white's hope is that he's slightly better because this bishop on g7 is even weirder than the whatever we call it. Hang on. h5, I struggle to believe that it can be good. You know, kids these days. I'm looking for a waiting move, or a half waiting move. Can't find a half waiting move. Now queen b3, knight a5. Maybe I have to castle anyway. Yeah, can't see anything better. It's sad that I have to castle because, in general, of course, after g4, hg, hg, I would love to have my rook on the h file. But still, h5 is a very weakening exercise, so quite double-edged play by Mr. Jordain. Problem is my pieces also look a little silly, especially his bishop on g3. Still, at least I used to think, I haven't looked at this for a while, I thought this was more pleasant for white, but I could be wrong. Bishop takes. Interesting. He's hoping, but it's not really a grave for my bishop. I was gonna say he's hoping to bury my bishop alive by taking on f3, but that doesn't really apply anymore if these pawns have been exchanged. So I think I can just play normalish. Put a knight on d5. If takes takes, then my bishop will be resurrected with f4 one day. He refuses to take it. So it shall live. Four is a bit double-edged, but it looks tempting. I should also stop pre-moving. It's a 5-minute game. There's no reason to pre-move everything. Let the games begin. Not quite sure what he's up to if I just take on f6, bishop e2 or some cheapos. I wish I could calculate. Knight f6, bishop e2. Weird position. Too slow. Too weak, too slow. I'll get out the way because I can't calculate. I feel bad about this, and I'm sure it's not the best move. But sometimes you gotta make moves. Still a weird position. Rook f4, b5. Rook f6, bc, something takes. Yeah, good old can't calculate problem. This knight looks strong, so I'll exchange it. But I have a feeling I've blown my advantage here. Yep, sort of bungled it, which is a pity. Whoa, showing off. Oh boy. How did I let this guy survive? Very annoying. Yeah, I got nothing. Probably gotta be careful to survive myself, actually. Might be too late to survive myself. Oh man, what have I done? Just pathetic. All right, self-loathing won't help. Maybe nothing will help. Can't see a move. Nah, it's just lost. That's sad. Good game, Jordan. But mainly sad game, Jan. No last tricks. Nah. Nope. Good game. Steaming even more. Sure I had a good position by now. I just, really started messing around. Even. Nah. Anyway, we don't want a long, painstaking analysis. Here, b5. I couldn't find a way. Maybe there is no way. What to do? Poor Banterthon. I thought I'd drag him out of the closet. But it's not really gonna happen. Where's Banterthon gonna end up? 2400, 2300, 2200? I don't know. Real Patzer. He's probably gonna defeat Real Patzer. But can he beat anybody else? Bishop e4 is the main line here. But just to annoy Real Patzer, because he looks so excited. I think he studied the bishop b4 line. I'll do something else. And this stuff should be fine too. It's not like if they go queen takes d4 that there's only one way to play. I actually like Black's position here too. I think instead of bishop d2 you should probably go bishop c4 and stop black from getting d5 in so easily. Here if takes, queen takes. What can you do actually? c4, but it looks weakening. King b1, I can insist with bishop e6. Queen b3, but also looks strange. No, I'm not gonna be a convert to the whatever it's called. What do they call this? Center Gambit? It's not really Gambit, I guess. Many options here. He wants to go bishop c4. It doesn't look healthy, the white position, but I can't find a kill yet. I'll play a weird move, queen d6. I want to go bishop f6, put my other bishop on this long diagonal, and I didn't want him to go bishop c4 with tempo. So let's see what Ruy Lopez comes up with. Bishop e2 in order to be able to move this bishop. Fair enough. Put a rook here. See where this bishop intends to go. Bishop c3, I would guess. It doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, Ruy Lopez actually made some good moves here. Or I made some bad moves. Normally those things go hand in hand. And he's getting his pieces out. I'm still fine, but this hasn't been the crushing that I had imagined. Takes, takes. He's going a little passive, which is understandable, but now that the dark square bishop is gone, I really want to keep the queens on the board. Put my bishop maybe on c3, and hopefully checkmate him somehow. Ruy Lopez in the tank here. What can I tell you about this position? Not much. Black is better, because black has the two bishops and the white king is weaker than the black king. Of course, it's not an automatic auto something win, but it's unpleasant to play with white. I'll keep the rooks on the board, because you never know what they could be useful for. And see what happens next. Queen g5. So desperate to exchange queens. I don't wanna. Really don't want to. It's probably best to do it, but it's not very inspiring. Bishop f5, bishop d3. Yeah. Now let's not go too crazy. Ruy Lopez hanging in there. Bishop c4 now, bishop g6, rook d7. I'm actually slightly messing up again. Steaming! Nah, things aren't too bad yet, but I'm sure that could have be handled a little more expertly. f4, he wants f5, but that's not such a big threat yet. Go away. Does go away. Should go f5. Who says f4 should also say f5. I'm working on constructing some sort of mating net. I'm still not sure how that construction is going to look like, but I'll try. Maybe a6 was better, to go b5 and then try to checkmate with rook a8 in the end. That looked smarter. Alright. Don't want my bishop buried alive like that horrible movie with Ryan Reynolds. I haven't seen it, but I heard it's really bad. So let's have the bishop roaming around freely on g2, which is a lovely square. It's the real patzer. King c1. I guess he wants knight b1, but once again, it's a little passive. Still, while I'm criticizing him, I'm missing like rook d7s left and right, and I'm not even sure if I'm better. Okay, I'm gonna have to dig in here. Rook d7, the problem is I can't see anything better than rook e7, when black is still a bit better because of the two bishops, but it's very uninspiring to exchange all these things. Can I go rook e1 check? Maybe I can go rook e1 check. King d2, rook b1. Doesn't look like I'm getting checkmated here, or am I? Nah, real patzer wouldn't just checkmate me. He goes back, which is a better move. When, yeah. Try to keep the rooks on the board. This is only a check. Well, it's two checks technically. As far as I could tell. That's not my most convincing game of all times either. It's time to play my most convincing game of all times. Next one. Still no winning material? Should win material at some point. Rook e1, rook d1, good old back and forth. Let's make a waiting move. Sometimes a waiting move is the toughest to meet. Sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it's better to just take stuff. Real patzer lost on time. Sorry about that. What else we got? George Bell from Greece. Plays e4. I'll go for the dragon. Why not play the dragon? The problem is you never surprise anybody with a dragon. People are always ready for it. Well, in my usual nonsense, there's e4, e5 structures. Well, people aren't surprised. They also don't know their way around that well. Bishop c4, that's an odd move order. Can you do that? Mildly intrigued by the option of going knight g4. If I'm mildly intrigued, I'll probably do it. Maybe it's a trap, and now bishop b5 check is good for white, but I'm not so sure. I would have to go king f8, but he's also losing lots of time with this. So it struck me as interesting. My original plan, full disclosure, was to play queen b6, but bishop e7 is a bit of a problem then. What about knight c6? Bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes, queen b6, bishop e7, king e8. I might be lost, but I might not be. Still, I should calculate such things first. Knight c6, queen b6. Here's a double attack. That's the good news. Bishop e7, king e8, queen d6, queen f2. That's mate. Okay, I've seen enough. Not really, but it looked interesting. Pre-move. Can't bluff George Bell. He's going for it. I don't know. I could be lost or I could be doing fine. It's one of the two. Could also go to g8. I'm not sure why I thought I'd have to go to e8. Not sure which one's better. Probably g8 is actually better. Now I'm starting to regret king g8. So indecisive. Anyway, the point of all this nonsense was that I thought I was winning a piece here. Not sure if I should throw in bishop takes c3. Now I definitely should. Still some compensation. He picked up a couple pawns and my king is not the happiest of campers on his g8 outpost. But a piece is a piece, and in the middle game, piece should be more powerful than his pawns, especially since his pawns aren't that coordinated yet. Time to start taking some of these pawns back to the pawn grabbing roots. Not sure where I want my rook. I should start speeding up probably. Did I blunder a perpetual? I'll get really mad at myself. I did, yeah? That's just madness. Yeah. That's madness. I need a break. I'm steaming too much. I'll get a coffee and be back in a minute. That was totally unnecessary. I was only looking for whatever. Does the rook have a square to threaten checkmate? But to blunder that perpetual is just very, very sad. I'll be back in a couple minutes when I'm probably still going to be steaming, but I'll also be caffeinated, so that might improve things. Thanks for watching, guys. See you soon. Welcome back, boys and girls. I got a coffee and even better news, I got the right-handed mug this time. It's not the lefty's mug I've been using the next couple of days. So let's get back to ruining poor Banterthon's rating. It's already low, but can it get any lower? I have a feeling it can. The great news is we have a lot of newcomers to the Banterthon. Guys, we haven't played before, so I'm glad to see there's more and more people joining in the action. With how much time is left? Like 20 hours? I can't calculate at all. Shouldn't be that hard. I guess now it's 11:15. It's like 19 hours. I'll be playing the night shift. Then I don't even know the schedule for tomorrow. I do know that our friend Paco Vallejo is going to play for 2 hours. The Spanish number 1, 2700 player. He's going to play, you guys, so if you don't have plans from 2 till 4 p.m. Central European time or whatever time it is, then you should check that out. Else, I believe, Nicolas is going to do another shift. Pepe Cuenca is going to be back with his machine gun. Probably Ilya is also going to play another shift, so many Grandmasters to crush, and there's never better chances than beating a Grandmaster to beat a Grandmaster than during the Banterthon, as we've seen. Because somehow, Banterthon, I don't know, he doesn't have any mojo. There's a curse on the Banterthon account, it looks like. Vidgi Yogi isn't here though, so he didn't want to find out. Who else is new? 000 versus 000. Does that mean both sides castle queenside? What's that about? Or is that if both sides lose their first 3 games in a tournament and then they play each other? I'm not sure. Could be either. From Serbia. And yeah, this bishop f4 system has spread like wildfire. I will do my best to get people to stop doing this. The problem with queen b6 here, I think it's a fine move, but white has knight c3, queen takes b2, knight b5. After knight d5, which is probably forced, there's a couple of move repetitions. Rook b1, queen takes a2, rook a1. Black has to make a draw. So if he goes knight c3, I'm not going to take on b2, but do something clumsy to keep the game going. But maybe 000 versus 000 has different thoughts about this position. He's in the tank already. Knight c3, I believe, is the only good move, because you can't defend this pawn by natural means. Queen c1, d4 would drop, and b3 is just an ugly move to make if you already have your bishop out on f4. So, knight c3 it is. Go for it, 000. Very hard to keep saying 000. Looks like I sent him into a lengthy depression. And there he goes, knight c3, good move. As I said, queen b2 is objectively best, but I can't do it because it would allow a draw. And can't make more draws, already steaming. Here the problem is knight b5 forces me into the quite sad move, knight to a6. Knight on the rim and all that. And I guess white is a little better because it's also hard to get rid of this knight from b5. So now I'm going to take a timeout, or half a timeout. a6 is kind of useful to stop that, and I think he should have done it immediately. Because yeah, if black manages to somehow develop knight c6, bishop g4, then he's going to be alright. The knight on c3 is not very well placed. But these knight b5 issues have to be addressed, unfortunately. Should be two starting to get mildly interested in taking on b2. But I'll still show amazing restraint and not do it. h3 now. Enough is enough. I really thought, let's not do pawn grabbing for one game, let's just develop some pieces. But if you keep provoking me, keep teasing me like that, 0, 0, 0, then I can't resist any longer. I have urges. Checking the chat. Gotta be premium so I can play you guys. Jedediah. Not gonna be able to do it. Bishop d2 back. Probably a decent decision under the circumstances. Some interesting choices here. Bishop f5, rook b1, queen c2. Nah, all doesn't look that exciting, so mission accomplished. Grab my pawn. Back to base. Zero, zero, zero also goes back to f4. You know what? Let's keep moving the queen. This is an educational program after all. We want to learn something, some opening principles, like move your queen as often as you possibly can without developing anything. Okay, I'm done moving the queen, I promise. I'll get some pieces out now. And objectively, I'm in excellent shape actually, because I managed to grab the b2 pawn without any damage done to my position. Now I can just develop g6, bishop g7 castles and take it from there, while the extra pawn and the structural weaknesses in White's camp shall remain. Let's put this extra pawn to work. Go Forest. I'm tired of Forrest Gump references. I need to watch some new movies. I have no new material. Let's put this bishop here. A lot of campaigning about whom I should play and whom I shouldn't play. Mainly about whom I should play, in fairness. But you're gonna have to let me decide, guys. I just like randomly clicking on the list, and normally I don't reward pleading your case too strongly in the chat, or I don't punish it by playing you, depending on the point of view. So yeah, I'll just choose randomly, as I always do. And I'll flag, as I always do. Zero, zero, zero has actually played pretty well. Not letting the damage grow, but it has taken a toll on the clock, which might prove fatal. Played really well last couple of moves. Gotta give him credit. But the clock, the evil clock. Sorry, 000, but good game is after the opening. Oops, those were Banterthon's messages, I guess. Don't know what people are sharing with Banterthon. Let's play I don't know, a lot of ace, a lot of usernames with numbers. And Pepe is also seeing the damage done to the rating by me and many others. But don't worry, Pepe, the night is still young. I'll hand over Banterthon in more presentable shape. He's gonna get a haircut and yeah, maybe take a shower for once, Banterthon. tomorrow morning when Mr. Pepe Cuenca is gonna meet you, you're gonna be all presentable again. That's the plan at least. This is a theoretical line. Bishop g7 is not supposed to be the best move. Knight f6, d4 takes, d5. In my opinion, is more challenging. But of course, you can do many things on zombo.com. I think this stuff is all still theory. I didn't blunder a pawn because b7 is also hanging. Should he take on f3? Of course you don't have to, but after knight f6, now there's not that much more pressure on my center. And if I manage to expand and keep everything defended, have the two bishops, I'll be only slightly miserable camper. Some options here. b3 is the most natural. Could also think about queen a4 check or even queen b3, but nah, b3 seems fine. Don't want any drama to happen on this long diagonal. Where to put this bishop? b2 looks like the obvious square. Sometimes the bishop doesn't have that much to do on b2. Still feels correct here somehow. So now f4 might be a threat. And yeah, can't see anything better. Let's grab a bit of space. And then try to consolidate that space. Try not to miss any discovered checks, at least for now. I change my mind about missing discovered checks later on, but for now, not really into it. Position is not that clear. I'm always a believer in the white cause here because I have the two bishops and e7 is a little weak, but the bishop on b2 is really not ideally placed. If you could teleport it to d4, I'd be much happier. But it won't be so easy to manufacture, and this is one of the reasons why I'm not that happy, because a5 and a4 is gonna give some counterplay. Still, I don't feel like going all passive about it. I will target this pawn at least once more. Now, see what happens. Knight b5 looks like an obvious jump. Yeah. Can I go here? Guess I can go here. Just briefly had to check that I'm not blundering any knight takes b3s, but after AB, knight b3, I'd be piece up, which would be good. Queen a6. Yes, it's time to grab more space. Not to be confused with the Warriors player, Mo Spates. Still not sure if I can manage to consolidate all this space I have, so I gotta be very careful. I want to go queen d3, and then knight b6. It's not that clear. Weird position. I'll still go queen d3, but still not that clear. And it's also such an obvious move that he's gonna make it, because what else can you do? I got some options. Knight a3, knight takes c4, b5, for example. But it's a bit sad to have to go here. Also, should have spent a bit more time on it. Knight d5 doesn't work. That's good news. Looks like it works tactically, but it's not so pretty to have to play knight a3, I shall admit. At least it gives a8, 1 to 8 something to think about. He decides to go rook to c7. Very indecisive again. Empty side. Strange position after rook c8. Still. Yeah, I might have bungled it. Maybe g4 is a bit much, but I couldn't think of a move. So I just blitzed out some. It is logical, but it's not so clear after rook c8. Let's say g5, knight g8, maybe. How I can keep all my belongings. So I might have to do the unthinkable and sacrifice a pawn. There is some play though, because this knight on g8 is really a bit far away from the action. But yeah, it's a messy position. Not sure what's going on. Trying to calculate. I have a feeling I'm in good shape, but it's very, very sharp. Can't see anything better than ed, queen d6, king g7, and queen d4 back, king f8. There should be something. Maybe bishop g4. So after e6, d7, I thought I was winning a piece. Maybe this was smart actually. Now rook c3, bishop b7. All remains very complicated. So I better grab what I can grab. And double A resigns. Very interesting game. Maybe I played well, but not sure. Ulysses Contractor. Now the new guy. What's Ulysses? That's like a James Joyce book or something? I think I have it and tried to read it, but it was way too weird for me. So I decided, okay, let's admit I'm not that smart. Let me not torture myself trying to figure out what James Joyce is talking about. When you could also watch Game of Thrones or something. I have tons of challenges. I haven't counted, or not me, but Banterthon. I'm sure they've accumulated over the day. More Najdorfs. Maybe it's time for a change of pace and play this good old reliable g3 bishop g2 system. Once again, can't claim a lot of expertise here, but it looks like you can play this applying, what do they call this, common sense? I never understood common sense, or the expression common sense. I also might lack it, but why is common sense a good thing? e5, very aggressive, but I feel it's too early for e5 because it's just so weakening. Weakens the light squares really big time, and especially if I can jump to f5. I'm not a fan of that decision. We've seen this theme before in the Sicilians. If you give up the d5 square, then there can be repercussions. I just make up words. I don't even know what any of these words mean. But I do know what the d5 square means, and I want to go g5. Put a knight here and crush Ulysses Contractor. That's a decent decision. He's trying to fight for the poor d5 square by covering it with the other knight. And I'm gonna have to find a way to expel that knight from b4, which might not be easy. That is a check. Knight d5, no! Just as I was praising you, you miscounted the attacker's defender's balance. Sorry, Ulysses. Not sure why I took with the queen. With the knight actually looks a bit more convincing. But it should not really matter. But yeah, d5 belongs to the knight, so I will vacate it. Not much to do about it anymore. Piece down and position down, because this knight is a bit of a powerhouse. Power horse, I think we call it. Which will grab another piece and then return and continue torturing the villagers. Not that many villagers left though. Therefore, Ulysses resigns. Thank you for the game. What else we got? Loads of challenges, which is good. Makes it so hard to choose. Popo. Poit. Can't pronounce that. Dutch guy. Not sure what that means. He goes f4, which is a legal move. Many reasonable setups here. And yeah, I've spent very little of my time on one f4, so don't really know what to do, but I'll just play like they would do, with colors reversed. Looks like he wants to do this, so I can maybe even use the fact that my knight wasn't on c6 yet, which it would be with colors reversed, to put it on d7. Not sure what it's doing there, but I just thought it's an extra option, so why not? Looks like that threw Popo Pout out of his book. Goes knight e5, which looks like a bit of an overreaction. What does he want? Knight e4, knight d7? If knight e5... I don't get it. But you know me, I'm a simple man. You show me a pawn, I take that pawn. Playing like this was all part of the plan, but if the plan involves giving me a pawn, I'm perfectly on board with it. One thing that's annoying me about my position is that this pawn requires attention. c3, I could actually take and then go e4 or something, but I'll go here, prepare. I don't know what I'm preparing. Indecisiveness in action once again. But yeah, I do have a solid extra pawn, so my position is quite good. Still, there is a lot of chess to be played, and my king is a little shaky, So I certainly have to pay attention. Very hard, the attention-paying part. Wondering if I should go h6 at any point, just to stop queen g5s. Not a big priority, but might as well. For now, I'll centralize his rook, because I had the feeling he might want to go b4, when c4 looked like a decent choice. Have to calculate, I'm afraid. This feels like it's a bit playing with fire, but it's consistent with my pawn grabbing mantras, so I shall do it. This queen is too deeply entrenched into my territory though, so I would be very pleased if you could slightly retreat, Miss Queen. Queen d3 is legal, but e4 looks more effective somehow. Yeah, position is kind of winning now, but a bit low on time, and with the king over there, there's always some attention to be paid for sure. It looks like he switched to make random moves and try to win on time mode. That's my favorite time of the day though. I can do this all day. Helps to have a winning position, but yeah, the flagging part is very exciting. Gets your juices flowing, doesn't it? Come on, try rook e7. Yeah. Well, that. Or don't. Here we go. I won a game. That's very exciting. And I'll find another one. Let's play against Tom Cat. What's a Tom Cat? I've heard the term Tom and I've heard the term cat, but I don't think I've heard them together. I'll Google it. Tom Cat. Oh, 1953 animated short. How old are you, Tom Cat? Did you grow up watching Tom Cat? I must find out more about this. Not a lot of pictures of Tom Cat. Is that the guy? I don't know. What do? Let's play the Queen's Indian, another opening, not heavily featured on this program. But if it's good enough for Sergei Karjakin, I'm not sure it is good enough for Sergei Karjakin, but he's been defending this position throughout the candidates tournament. where people played b3, queen c2, an even sharper line after bishop b7, bishop g2, c5. They normally go d5, sacrificing a pawn, leading to great complications. Let's see if Tomcat is up for that. Nah, he takes on c5, which is a more solid choice. Actually, I'm not sure how to recapture here. I'll take with the bishop, but bc5 is a very viable option as well. Or maybe, nah, bishop e4 was nonsense. Is Tomcat the cat from Tom and Jerry? No, I don't think it is, right? But I was always rooting for the cat, like the mouse here. Very full of himself, that mouse. A3 is a perfectly decent move, and I will be very, very humble and retreat. This might look strange, but it's actually a reasonably common setup in these positions. You go bishop e7, then d6, knight b7, a6, try to build a hedgehog. Well, the bishop on c5, well, it looks active, really doesn't have that much to do. It can be hit with b4, and yeah, it's not doing all that much. So, I'll switch to hedgehoggy mode, where at least it's easy to make, like 150 moves. a6, queen c7, rook e8, bishop f8, g6, bishop g7, queen b8, and then think. I agree with you guys. Tom certainly is the hero of Tom and Jerry. Amazing resilience, stamina, spirit. Lot to be learned from that humble cat. Okay, I changed my mind. I'm not gonna go for the 100 moves you could make here, but I'll try to spice it up a little bit by going b5 and opening up the queen side, which looked like a decent choice given the circumstances. And Tomcat with queen d3. He's already running into trouble because bc, knight c5, and this pawn is hanging. Well, knight c4, I guess I can just take on e4. So it looks like I'm winning a pawn. And you know how I feel about pawns. Bit of an unhealthy attraction. Who's Sylvester? That's the Bugs Bunny cat? Nah, I never liked him. I think Tom outrates Sylvester. And what other good cats are there? Garfield? Is Garfield even a cat? I don't know what Garfield is. But we still haven't settled this. Tomcat is not an independent cartoon. It is. Maybe it is. Tomcat. Tomcat. Tweety Bird? Isn't Tweety Bird? I'm so confused. Which universe are we in? Are we in the Bugs Bunny universe? Tweety Bird is being taken by his mistress Granny on a trip across a prairie in a horse-drawn wagon when they are attacked by a tribe of Indian cats, all of whom are Sylvester or Sylvester variants. I'm not sure that really is the plot, but that's the plot summary for Tomcat from 1953. I don't know, man. Not sure if that summary is reliable. Oh, there's a user review. Decent enough, if unexceptional. Sylvester and Tweety cartoons were formulaic and occasionally repetitive. Wow. He's using fancy language to talk about this cartoon. Too complicated for me. But it looks like it is a Sylvester and Tweety thingy. So maybe Sylvester was called Tomcat before he changed his name to Sylvester. Are we getting closer to the truth here? Oh yeah, Fritz the cat rules. I forgot about Fritz the cat. He's a good cat. Right now, I'm operating under the assumption that Tom Cat was Sylvester's name before they called him Sylvester. But I could be wrong. I have found out that it's an animated movie from the year 1953. Which is, believe it or not, before I was born. Not much, but a little bit. 94 was kind of random, but it is making a lot more sense now that he played Rookie 1. Just F3, chase it away. Pretend it's Tweety. Also wondering if Tweety had anything to do with Twitter. Maybe not, but you never know. Always struck me as a business-savvy bird. I won on time, in spite of all the Cat research I had to conduct during this game. Mr. Cat, if you're watching, fill us in. What is this about? I used to have a Fritz the Cat t-shirt. Not sure where it went, but yeah. I always liked Fritz the Cat. And I will play, not Fritz the Cat, but Hans Gerhardt. Also a newcomer to the Banterthon matchup. He goes e4, and I haven't played the Alekhine all day. I have a lot of experience in the Alekhine because I always pre-move knight f6 in bullet games. So I end up here all the time, and then I pre-move knight b6 because I'm not sure if they started with d4 or with c4. Then after knight f3, I pretend it was all part of the plan that I didn't want to go d6 but d5. So I've played this position or similar positions countless times. Of course, they're quite bad for black, but my bullet experience will outweigh that little problem. It might look like it's a decent French because I got rid of the dark squared bishop, but it's really not very good for black. The queen goes to g3, the knight to f3, and white has a free attack and he has a center covered, while the knight on c6 is misplaced. So it's not a great position, but I've still played it countless times in bullet. Normally they go bishop e3. When I go knight d7 and queen b6, dc strikes me as less good. I think I'll still go knight d7. You could also just recapture, but I'm more interested in this pawn for now. Because if I went bishop c5, he would go queen g3 and manage to stabilize, which I don't want to happen. b4 is consistent. And yeah, we have a weird position. I guess it's roughly equal. Should take this bishop before it hurts me. I'll be ambitious and try to fianchetto this bishop. Bishop e7 might have been better and was certainly a bit more natural. Yeah, bishop e7 was better. But I was hoping for cheapos connected with knight takes b4 later. Can't pull the trigger though. Too scared after cb, bishop a1, and now bishop g5 followed by queen b5 check. It all looked too scary. Go away. I understand. I'm undermining my knight b4 cheapo options, but after bishop g5 they didn't seem very realistic anymore anyway. So I'll focus on, I don't know, trying to grab space in the center or do something useful. Not sure about the position, I might be worse. Because d5, it has just become very weak because of my last two moves. Still, for now I'm threatening e4, so yeah, you have to take a little time out on queen b5, as Hans Gerhardt does. Playing pretty well so far in this game. Let's see if I can break his resistance. Start by trying to grab more space. Probably I want to go e4 next, but I'm not 100% sure yet. Tom Cat is telling us the origin story. It's as simple as that. My last girlfriend gave me that name. doubling Tom and combining it with my Chinese star sign. I have no idea what a Chinese star sign is. So she... Still confused. But I got it. It's weird coincidence though, if she just came up with it and then there's an animated short called Tom Tom Cat. So probably your last girlfriend was aware of the Tom Tom Cat cartoon when she chose to give you that name. Okay. I guess it's time to stop questioning Tom Tom Cat about his username and time to start crushing Hans Gerhard by winning as much space as possible. This bishop has not really had a good career over the last 2-3 moves. From his proud outpost on g5, now it's locked up on h2. Which is a pity. For him, good for me. Queen d3, e4 would win a piece. Yeah, I guess I should do it. Rook d8 looks very strong as well. But when offered a piece, take it. Did get some pawns for it, but the problem is this bishop on h2 remains locked up. Therefore, it's hard to believe this is enough compensation. Still, Hans Gerhard is fighting, gotta give him credit. And gotta pay attention, so I don't have to give him too much credit when it's all said and done. But yeah, that's what I was talking about. My bishop is superior to this corpse, and therefore it's gonna be hard to queen these pawns, I would guess at least. g3 is a good move, trying to clear the way for Mr. Bishop. Very tempted to go rook d2, but then after c7, not 100% sure if this pawn does not become too big of a problem, so I'll do it differently. Go knight d3 and grab the rook. That's very awkward check. This poor bishop, now it's finally free, and then it leads to white's downfall because it's blocking his king's exit square h2. Do you English speakers call Tom from Tom and Jerry Tomcat? Like, see? I'm German, so I'm very familiar with Tom and Jerry, but first of all, they don't speak much, and in Germany we just call them Tom and Jerry, so Tomcat, like, was not an association that came natural to me. But anyway, we've had a lot of discussion about Tom Tomcat's username, and I think we got the picture now. Thanks, Tom Tomcat, for filling us in. I need a 1-minute break, just a little emergency. I'll be back in literally 1 minute, 28 seconds is normally the amount of time I need. think that was about 1 minute 28. So let's continue. See, I'm all out of breath to stay on time. But who is new? Hawkridge. Another confusing username. What's a Hawkridge? Oh, I shouldn't click on things. Here we go. Is that a Homer Simpson profile pic or is it a rainbow? It's Homer Simpsonish colors, but it might have nothing to do with Homer Simpson. No, it's a bunch of bears. What are those? Teletubbies? Gummy bears? I don't know what that is. Hawkridge is gonna have to tell us. I thought I was well read when it came to pop culture. At first the tomcat situation, now we have these weird happy looking bears. Whom I don't know. E6, you know what, let's go crazy, let's go E4. And yeah, the rating has taken a couple of hits during the day. I'm not innocent in the demise, but I'm still dedicated to restore it in the 6 hours we have left tonight. Poor Banterthon. He deserves better than this. Anyone knows who these bears are? They look very familiar. They're not Teletubbies, even though they look Teletubby-ish. I'm guessing it's some kids program, but I don't know it. And Hawkridge, I'm confused by your setup. Like, you could have gone C5 when this stuff makes sense, or you could have gone for a quick F6, but he's sort of not doing either. I guess the idea is to play F6 now, but H4 might throw spanner in the works, because F6, H5 is unpleasant. If you go H5, then, well, first of all, bishop G6 could be a problem. Secondly, it won't be easy to play F6 anymore. So he's changing his mind and goes back, and I'll just grab some space with H5. Now that I've said H4, I might as well say H5. G6, asking for trouble. And if you're asking for it, trouble has a way of finding you. Sounds like a really bad movie tagline. Leroy Jenkins. Nah, it wasn't the right time for Leroy Jenkins. Care Bears. Yeah, I've seen those things. Care Bears. Really learning a lot about cartoons from every new opponent here. Care Bears. What are they up to? Care Bears are a group of multicolored bear characters. Thanks, Wikipedia. Oh, hang on. I was gonna blitz out bishop g5, which I can actually, but I'm not sure how happy I am about either rook h7 or queen g5. Especially rook h7 doesn't make me all that happy. So I'm gonna have to be more cunning. Put my rook on a protected square first before I follow through with the cruel bishop g5 intentions. Blah, blah, blah. The Care Bears have a very long Wikipedia article. 1982 launch. Wish Bear in the Care Bears movie. Wow. Another franchise I have yet to explore. Hawkridge resigns. Bit early to resign, but yeah, the position is ugly after queen e8, of course. Bit of an opening disaster there. Throw in c5, that gives you more counterplay at least. Dr. G. I'm gonna have to start playing some... Nah, I was gonna say I'm gonna have to start playing stronger opponents to gain more rating more quickly for Banterthon, because like this, even if I win this game, I only win 1 point, which feels very unfair. Therefore, it's gonna be very hard to climb. But right now my policy is, as I've announced, to first play all the guys, or try to play everybody whom I haven't played yet. I'm sure this policy, first of all, will change over the course of the night as, yeah, people thin out and understandably go to sleep, and other guys might also have different policies. But yeah, for me, the spirit of this Banterthon was always to give as many of our premium members as possible the chance to play against the Grandmaster. So apologies, I know many of you have waited a long time for a game and haven't gotten one, but I'm trying to play as many as we can. That's why we're doing this. We're having a Grandmaster to play you 72 hours non-stop, which should greatly increase the chances to get a game. Long speech, I'm not sure what my original message was, but who cares? The Care Bears, they probably care. A4 I'm also not sure about, provoking B4. When 92. Could argue that the knight on C6 is not very well placed for these things. That was kind of my thinking behind it. But knight B4 is interesting. It's a pawn sacrifice, which of course you're playing me, so I'm not gonna think about it for a second. But it's not such a bad decision, I believe. CD3 also strikes me as not such a bad decision, because I'm overprotecting the E4 pawn, so it doesn't become a target after bishop B7. And now I have this weird 3-pawn trio in the center, which should impede black's counterplay quite efficiently. Also, I'm a pawn up. Akai is coming up with my favorite Anchorman quote. I've used that on previous podcasts, as I am sure. Podcasts. I don't have a podcast yet. On previous broadcasts, as I'm sure you're aware. Gino. He's a good restaurant owner. A lot of Just Flute, Yes Flute events in that thingy. And I thought 94 tactics didn't quite work because I had my queen covered. Saw that one coming, actually. Play the Yes Flute, Mr. Burgundy. That wasn't a quote. What is the quote? Mr. Burgundy, would you play Yes Flute for us? I don't know. I've watched Anchorman like probably 18, 19 times, but I still don't know every quote by heart, which is a bit sad, and I should make it one of my goals. But I'm not quite there yet. Glücksbärchen in German. Yeah, somehow. I had a tough childhood. I had to grow up without the Glücksbärchen. Dr. G has to get by without the rook now. I'm not sure what's tougher, but I'm sure the Care Bears could have given me a lot of guidance as a younger man. Now I have a feeling it's too late to jump on the Care Bear train. A lot of people seem to be called Tom Tom something by their ex-girlfriends. Very confusing. Dr. G resigns. What kind of question is that, Maharishi? Is Anchorman good? Like, is the Pope Catholic? Anchorman is, I was gonna say arguably, but it's not arguably. It's by far the greatest movie ever made. And seriously, I don't know, it depends on your definition of good. It's not the movie that's gonna get a ton of critical acclaim, but it's one of the movies I've seen like 8,000 times, together with the other guys, Kung Fu Hustle, what else have I watched 8,000 times? Dodgeball. So good, I don't know, but yeah, it is fantastic. See, I'm laughing just thinking about it. 997, 998. Danger Mo is sort of right. Anchorman, 60% of the time it makes me laugh every time. Also an interesting diversity discussion, so yeah, what's not to like? Actually, I'm probably gonna sleep when I'm done with this, but I'm feeling like watching Anchorman again already. Not feeling like playing this Catalan, semi-Catalan nonsense here. I wanna watch Anchorman. Knight a3 is theory. I'm out of book, but you can't know all the nonsense in the world. And no offense meant, la Positional. No, I think this is actually a pretty decent line for white, just one I haven't studied much because my main repertoire here is bishop e7. Irish e3 says dodgeball was okay. Now I'm really starting to get offended. You were probably rooting for white Goodman there. Dodgeball is fantastic. The Lance Armstrong scene? I mean, it gets funnier with the years passing by. Chuck Norris scene, the David Hasselhoff appearance. What's not to like about dodgeball? I learned many things from Patches O'Houlihan. And I still live by the rules. Dodge, dive, dip, duck, and dodge. Okay, this show is escalating, but I like where it's going. What other classics are there? No, I think that's about it. I think those are the classics. It's Anchorman, The Other Guys, very underrated movie. It's really funny. And Dodgeball, Kung Fu Hustle, but Kung Fu Hustle, nah, it's different. It's classic for other reasons. Rook d8 is a horrible move for other reasons, but who cares? What else? I was doing my list of funny movies. I have a feeling I'm forgetting something, but I'm not sure what. I also don't think I should take. Feeling I'm getting into some hot water here against Lapus Neanul. I'm also sorry for mispronouncing the name. But after bishop b2, all of a sudden he has some real play. Threatening knight takes e5, threatening d takes c4, threatening who knows what. I will bail out, but I won't be happy. And isn't that what we're all trying to do? To be happy? Why do we keep watching Anchorman? Lets us forget our worries for 96 minutes. That's probably shorter than that. It takes us to a place of happiness. Yeah, this is my bailout plan. Problem is I'm not really better. Rook d5, bishop c2, rook d8, knight e5, knight e5, bishop e5. And yeah, I'm not better at all. Might be even slightly worse. I think I'm okay after c6, but not better. Yeah, Spaceballs doesn't do it for me, but that's because I didn't really grow up with Star Wars, and like, I know some people that think Spaceballs is the funniest thing ever done, and every Family Guy Star Wars parody episode and every Robo Chicken Star Wars, everything Star Wars parody they think is funny. Me, I don't get it. It's not my religion, this Star Wars thingy, so I'm not on board. Sorry. Alnoth wants more chess commentary. Did this guy have too much coffee? What is he talking about even? What am I doing here? Why do I have to listen to this crazy person? I could be watching Anchorman. I don't know, Alnoth. I won't be able to help you there. It's only gonna get worse through the course of the night. And no, I didn't have too much coffee yet. Like 1 cup. Believe it or not. But to fill you in, we're talking about movies. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Funny movies, so let me know what you guys think. But I think I've made my list, and normally I'm willing to discuss like chess opinions and so on, but on movies I feel like I am a qualified expert, and I do think that there is no such objective thing. It's a matter of taste and all that nonsense. Like, normally I tend to be right, and if you disagree with me, you will be wrong about movies. That's where I stand on the topic. We got boring rook endgame here, which I'll somehow win. Especially now after a4 rook d2, because it's a double attack. He should go a5 when I will probably go b5. Because ba5 really breaks my poor pawns. Lapus Neanul is doing his best to stick around, even will avoid the loss of a pawn. But I have a feeling that in the race to come, my 2 pawns on the queen side will be faster than his 4 against 2 on the king side. Yeah, The Big Lebowski is a good movie. I wouldn't put it on the list of movies I've seen 800 times or of random comedies you just keep watching and keep watching. But of course, it's a good movie. It's a bit too mainstream. Or, well, it has become mainstream because it's a good movie. But yeah, I feel it's too well known to be an underground classic. Of course it's good. Of course. The dude is an amazing actor. And by the dude, I mean Jeff Bridges. Very underrated in everything he's been doing. So yeah, my pawns did win the race. Happy Gilmore, now we're talking. Kung Fury, Hardcore Henry, Deadball? What's Deadball? Deadball I haven't heard of. Do you mean Deadpool? What's Deadball? Gonna have to look that up. Kung Fury, yeah, I enjoyed Kung Fury. I've seen it a couple times. I mainly like the spirit behind it. Deadball. Deadball is a Japanese baseball movie? Okay, if you say so. Haven't heard of it. I will play against SBL 206. Dead Proof? That's not a very funny movie. Not a very good movie. Deadpool was pretty funny. No, Death Proof is not even a movie. It's Death Proof, right? One of these Tarantino things. Not his best work, though. Now, it looks like SBL is not here, as we can see by the opponent disconnected thingy there. So I'll find someone else. Can't win them all. Now, Deadpool is pretty funny. Yeah, it's very meta and self-conscious, but at the end of the day, it has the same plot of the movies it's trying to make fun of. But I still enjoyed it greatly. Try to play against Ben Davis 39142. Banterthon hasn't played yet, but I think I already tried playing him last night and he wasn't there, if I remember correctly. I see, that was a Japanese splatter baseball movie. Yeah, that genre I might not be that educated in. I've seen Battle Royale, but it's nothing I know much about. And you know what, let's play a new opening. Let's play the Philly door. I don't endorse this opening. But if white doesn't go d4, it looks kind of reasonable. Because very often in these two knight c6 lines, you are regretting having your knight on c6. You wish it could go somewhere else. You have to regroup it. Well, here it's already not on c6. I'll play h6, which might look like a random move. Since he played h3, I want to cover g5. But what I really want to do is go d5 and then d4 and win a piece. But c3, I'm not sure if accidentally or on purpose, stopped my cruel intentions. So maybe I should have done it immediately instead of gambling on Ben Davis 39142. Missing that. Is that a Facebook username? It is, right? If there's these dots and a number in between. I never understood how the sign up works, but I think if you click on sign up with Facebook, sometimes you end up with one of these usernames. Then maybe you can change. I don't know how it works, but we get a lot of names with dots and numbers, which I'm assuming is because of a Facebook thingy. Knight of 1. I will also shuffle my knight around. Okay, Maharishi 3, I thought we could be friends, but death proved better than Anchorman, even though I haven't seen it. Yeah, it's not only wrong, but it's also very ignorant. How can you judge if you haven't seen it? I've seen both these movies, and it's different class. Cruel Intentions, come on, what does that have to do with anything? Cruel Intentions also has a very disappointing ending, so I'm not on board. Knight f4 is a bit of a bluff. If he just goes queen d2, I don't know what to do. But if he takes, which looks natural, but he doesn't. Okay, do I go back? Do I admit I was just bluffing? Nah, I have a hard time admitting my mistakes. So I'll pretend it's all part of the master plan, which it isn't. King h1, he's teasing me. I can't resist. It's no good though, is it? Takes gh, queen d7, knight g1. I don't think it's any good. But for our entertainment, I shall try. But yeah, seriously, don't do this. I know it's tempting to sacrifice pieces sometimes and start big mating attacks. But if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And then you're just a piece down. And this might very well be one of these cases. Like I have some counterplay, but I don't think it was fully summed to do this. No, you know. Now things have changed a little bit. Let's ask the queen where it intends to reside in the future. That does not fully answer my question. Sorry, Ben Davis. Yeah, the sacrifice, as I said, I don't think it's very good objectively, but it did pose some problems at the very least. What about Vigi Yogi? Did I just try to play him? I can't remember a thing. Just tells me I haven't played him yet. I have a very strong feeling I just tried, right? Or maybe not, maybe I just saw the name. Anyway, let's crush him. And you know what? Got a London system. If everybody's doing it, who am I to not join the party? Just, yeah, it feels so passive. Like, I'm sure it's fine, but it just feels like you could be doing better with white than this. Still, Kramnik and everybody who's anything in the chess world has been playing this position recently. So, who am I to argue? And the point of delaying knight f3 was to get this sort of fake stone wall where after the bishops are exchanged, now my knight can sit on e5 and it's gonna be a very good stone wall compared to normal stone wall where white has a bishop on c1, black has a bishop on d6. Still, these positions aren't easy to play or winning or anything, but at least it's something that gives you hope for an opening advantage. I believe, yeah, in this structure we've had some games like Carlsen Tomaszewski maybe, Kramnik against Grandelius. So yeah, something like this has been seen for sure. Yeah, Dumb and Dumber is a good movie. Like, I'm not a big Jim Carrey guy, so it won't make my list of all-time classics, but it is funny for sure. Jeff Daniels is pretty good. generally you want to go ED whenever there is an exchange on d4 in these stonewall structures. After CD, not only is there counterplay on the E file, on the C file, but also the E3 pawn. It's more of a weakness than strength. Well, now I have reasonably easy build-up. It's important to control the E4 square, and Vigi Yogi is actually, I believe, doing something very clever, which I saw a little late, which is to go knight to d6 and then control the E4 square. So gotta give him tons of credit for that very clever setup. And yeah, not happy anymore. Even though I'm very familiar with that idea. Like Sergei Karjakin lost a crushing game to Michael Adams for also underestimating the idea. But I've seen it coming a bit late in this game, and if I have to take on f5, now he has full control over the e4 square. I'm certainly no better. The knight is going to get to e4, black's going to go f6. King g7 is another good move. Who is this guy? 1759, he's playing like the world champion of chess. I have to focus. Not that I'm not always focused, but focus especially hard. Queen d8, what's that about? Let's go for some complications. See where that takes us. Since I lost the positional battle, I'm gonna have to start the messing around battle. See how that one goes. Knight h5. Knight h5 feels like a step in the wrong direction. And yeah, the messing around battle mode is yielding benefits already. This knight should be on e4. And Vigi Yogi, after all the praise I was giving you during the strategic part, now the tactical part, less praise. Thanks for the game though. And I will play Poli Vega. Starship Troopers, now we're talking Akai 11. That's another one of my favorites. I've seen Starship Troopers countless times. Fantastic movie, very misunderstood, like most of Paul Verhoeven, whatever his name is, work. But yeah, Starship Troopers is great. Young Neil Patrick Harris. Looks like Poli Vega is not with us. I'll abort, keep the show rolling, and play someone else. Newbie count is getting thinner. Going through the list here, looking for someone I have not yet played. I think I'll give up that policy soon, but I told you I would try, first of all, to play everybody I haven't played yet, and then move on. Oh, here's one. Eurus01. Bang Boom Bang, is that a German movie? I think that's a German movie, right? Yeah, I've seen that, it was quite funny. Speaking of movies with that in the title, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. It's a clean movie, don't worry. It's excellent. Mr. Downey Jr. and Mr. Val Kilmer, both not at the best point of their careers, so they felt like doing something more creative or whatever. It's a very funny movie, or a very good movie. I'm not sure if it's funny. Yeah, Bang Boom Bang is alright. Euro01 is not here either. Come on guys, I'm trying to do the best I can, but if you're not there, not much I can do. Play Formkrise. Phone is ringing. Let's see if I can see from here who it is. But I guess I should go on a break after the game and call back. I haven't switched my phone off. I hope you don't forfeit me for it. Formkrise woke up. Good old g3, I don't play it as much. But might as well do it once in a while. Go c5, so aggressive. I'm not a big d5 structures guy, so I always try to go knight f3, even though in this particular version there's some problems with it. Like d5 is decent, a6, queen c7 is also a decent setup, and so on and so forth. This system I mind less. Of course, it's also very playable for black, but if white manages to stabilize here, he should be alright. Because long term, white is better with his bishop on this long diagonal, putting pressure on the black queen side. So often black wants to play extremely quickly, asking white questions before he's fully developed. Like, I'm not saying this is bad, d5 or whatnot. I'm sure black is kind of alright, but in general, if white manages to get out of the opening with an intact structure here, he tends to be a bit better because of this powerful bishop. d5 on the board, I guess I'll take here. Now I wish I knew what to do, but I don't, so I'll play simple chess. This doesn't feel like the most challenging. I'm not sure. I could have played maybe knight d2. Yeah, cd looks a little too simplistic to be good. Black now is very close to equality. Still take white because of the aforementioned bishop, but black hasn't time to go bishop d7, bishop c6, and I have very, very little. Yeah, haven't done that particularly well. Queen b6, I don't mind. Gotta be precise though. Maybe this is interesting. I understand we're in my world a very boring looking for small endgame ideas stuff. I'm not even good in that world. But knight c3, the point was that if it takes knight takes d4, you can either take on c3 when bc, my pawn structure is bad, but it's going to be a little harder for black to develop, or you can allow me to take on d5 and live with an isolated pawn. So I thought this might be decentish chance for at least creating some more confusion in Formkrise's ranks. And he goes for door number 2, which is playing with an isolated pawn, but this will be not such an easy defense. Knight on d4 is quite useful to protecting e2. It's covering the c2 square, so even though I could exchange rooks, I think I'm gonna try to keep all rooks on the board for now, build up some pressure on Mr. d5, take it from there. Probably try to grab some space on the king side. Maybe I should have started with g4 actually. Maybe I should breathe between talking once in a while. King f8, fair enough. Since he's telegraphing his intention to bring the king to the center, I'm working on the welcome committee. A6 looks like wrong strategically, because I don't think you want to put your pawns on light squares here. Some potential inroads after, let's say, rook b3, rook b6. Actually, I think I'll go rook b3 to ask him if he wants to play b5, which probably he wants to do, but it could still be weakening. Else b6 looks like a nice little square for my rook. I can try to intensify the pressure from here. My knight on d4 is so strong that it really allows me to do all this stuff. Try to activate my king a little bit. No need for h5 yet. Yeah, as I said, not a very pleasant defense for black, these positions. Not necessarily winning, I'm 100% sure the computer would hold this with black without problems. but it's not fun. Okay, time to provoke f6 to create some new targets. He's not baited, but now I'm just winning after 96. Or maybe just winning is strong, but it looks like a pretty horrible rook ending. Not sure if rook b6 was the most precise, but it does look pretty winning. Not giving any counterplay. Wise man once taught me, nah, I'm not sure how wise he was, that in rook endgames activity is even more important than pawns sometimes, which I found hard to believe, since what is more important than pawns? I don't know. But yeah, this position does look very, very winning. Just gotta figure out how to do it, which won't be easy. I guess push my pawns. And yeah, Formkrise resigns. It is a fairly hopeless task. People talking about Steve Martin movies. I think Steve Martin is a funny man, but I'm not a big fan of his movies. Haven't seen that many though. I gotta go on a brief break, make my phone call. Be right back with a crushing soon. Thank you guys for staying with me. Don't go to sleep yet. Welcome back to... Oh, still more than 5 hours. I was gonna say the last shift, but it's not quite the last shift. To the next 5 hours of Blitz. I've been thinking about whom to play. Didn't really come up with a system. I'll follow through with what I was trying to do to play people that haven't played Banterthon at all yet for like half an hour more. Then I think before I completely pass out, I should try to repair some of the rating damage or ruin it even further and play some strong players. So strong players out there, challenge me. Half an hour. I'll do an hour of playing strong players. And then it's back to randomness. If anybody's still awake, I'll start choosing very randomly. Also should reward the guys that have been hanging out with us all this time. But yeah, for now, I'm still on my mission to give everybody at least one game. So, let's play our one game against Ricardito Bonito from Italy? Oh no, from Mexico, I'm sorry. What's up, Mexico? Never been to Mexico. Like to go one day. And we have another one of those structures. Bleeding out of your eyeballs already, probably this structure. The problem is, even though I get it every game, and I think I'm pretty decent in those in tournament games, in Blitz I haven't been particularly strong or successful here. And once again, it looks like Ricardito sort of neutralized me already. I'm thinking if I can play for tricks. Can't help myself. I'll go e4. The point is knight takes e4, looks like it wins a pawn. But that could backfire after queen g7, king g7, knight d5 check, when I would actually win a piece. So I'm not sure if it's good objectively, but I was intrigued by that little trick. a6, not sure what's that about, so I'll give him another chance to blunder the same trick, but a6 sort of indicates that he's not intending to. There you go. Just gotta stay with it. I feel vindicated for playing for cheap tricks. I think I keep using vindicated wrong. Peace up. A lot of action in the chat. I trying to check in once in a while, but the show is weird if I just keep staring over there and then referring to things that don't make much sense. So I'm not gonna be doing it all the time. I'm gonna convert my extra piece. By the way, if you're watching this on YouTube, come over to chess24.com, watch it here. That's the chat I'm referring to. You can also follow the games and follow the interactions and all that good stuff. As for the position, not much to say. Peace up, we'll do the trick. Very pleased with my insisting on my dumb trick and Ricardito actually falling for it second go round. Expecting this game to end now. Yep, Ricardito resigns. Thanks for the game. Let's see what Haha44 is up to. What can I play that I haven't done yet? What is this, Verisov? Bad with opening names. It doesn't make much sense to me. It actually looks ugly after d5. I just feel this knight is misplaced. But people do that sometimes. And it looks like Haha44 doesn't mind transposing to whatever we call this. Perch, hybrid of modern things. And people seem to like playing g4 at the first possible chance, so who am I to not join that trend? It's not really in my style though. Already feeling uncomfortable. What is my pawn doing on g4? Who are these people? I must protect my pawn. a4, this is more my style. It's trying to stop him from going b5 and gaining activity. And now that it's all said and done, It's time to start doing active things. Knight g3 intending knight f5 looks quite tempting. So does f4. I'll go with this one. c5, that's once again this thingy which we've seen in other games already. You gotta be very, very careful with this d5 square in all these positions. And here once again, this knight will be kicked away. Knight will sit very prettily on d5 and it's gonna cause a lot of headaches for haha 44. Might not be getting the last laugh in this one. It's reacted pretty well though, given the circumstances, but it still looks dangerous. What do I do? Knight c3. Looks like g6 is forced when I could even replace the Kraken on d5 with another one. There he goes, knight f4. Interesting. Not sure. It's actually, once again, a decent move. Haha. Looks like a decent player, even though I wasn't a fan of c5. I'll take. Feeling I've mishandled this a little bit. Yeah, I have. Sad. Always, when I get too full of myself, I get a reminder that I am Patzer too. Yeah, this is no longer so clear. Probably still an alright shape, because this queen doesn't have a great square to go to. But it is no longer easy, and I like easy. Easy everything. Queen d8, I guess I'll take. Knight g6 though. It's not clear, as mentioned. Bishop e6, sick of this knight on d5, which is also a pretty decent decision. Yeah, I'm not that happy. Try to checkmate, which might increase my happiness levels again, but I might not be able to do it. No, I've misplayed this very beautiful position quite a bit. I'm a pawn up, so I'm probably still alright, but now bishop takes and then g6, and it's a game. Knight g6 is possible too. Can take on f7, that's madness. Where do I put Mr. Rook? I guess I'll just go back. Yeah. Guess I'm just repeating myself. No longer easy. Have to start becoming a lot more humble. Probably exchange queens and try to play some endgame. Here we go. Now I'm 2 pawns up, so sort of back on track, but not the sexiest game. became numb. It's a little risky going pawn hunting over there. Not worried about Mr. d7. Nah, the position was lost anyway, so I shouldn't brag too much or rub it in. And haha, 44 resigns since rook e8 check is coming. Picking up the rook. Oof, I feel like I grew incredibly tired over the last 5 minutes. I had all this energy starting out, and then it all disappeared. Let's play Questing Beast. Both high rated and someone we've never played before. So he fits the profile perfectly. All he has to do is lose. First of all, he has to be there. If he's not here, then we can't play, and therefore he can't lose, which would be pity for everyone involved. There he is, goes e4. This is not a good pre-move. He could very well play bishop c4 or d4 or something else. Yeah, bishop c4. A lot more people are doing that these days. Following the world's best players who have rediscovered this, or they've discovered that the Berlin is too much to do on an everyday basis. So this has become quite popular. My recipe is normally play d6, a6, bishop a7 in whatever order and take it from there. Then agonize here if you want to play h6 or if you want to allow bishop g5. Normally I tend to decide on h6 in the end. The problem is now, yeah, you would do all the standard moves, rook e1, rook e8, knight f1, bishop e6. It's not the sexiest of positions. Bishop c2 is an ambitious move here, but most people play bishop e3 or knight g3, which is really just sort of dull. Here I think bishop a3 works actually, but I believe it only forces a draw. I don't want to draw, but I'm still tempted to do it. Nah, I'll behave. Let's take here. Point is, if he takes back with the queen, which looks natural, then the queen is quite far away from any potential attacks. Well, if the pawn takes and the queen comes back over here, then at least the pawn is there. Great logic. b7 is, as far as I can tell, still not hanging because of rook b8 and queen a6. Bishop f2 would win the queen. And yeah, this king h7 thingy is normally good insurance against knight g7s, bishop h6s, all that good stuff. Bishop e3, though, of course, is a very solid move. I guess knight takes and the position. Oh no, he's ambitious. Goes pawn takes. Interesting. I'll be ambitious too. Play d5. And things become a little more heated. This pawn structure, if white manages to go rook f1, rook f3, whatever, then he's in quite good shape. But if he blunders a knight, he's in less good shape. Therefore I went d5 to, undermine it before going at tough. And yeah, this knight, of course, was a welcome gift. Sorry, questing beast. Continuing the newbie search. Here we got one. Easy. I have a feeling I tried to play easy though. And I failed. He goes e4. It's Caro-Kann time. Yeah, This is a playable line. Fischer used to play it, which gave it a big fan base. It's not very dangerous for black, but playable it is. Queen c7 and bishop g4 is one of the many reasonable replies. All of this is theory. Looks like Easy's booked up to the eyeballs here, blitzing out his moves. I think this is a pretty decent isolated queen's pawn position for black, because white had to go f3 and it's all a little clumsy. This knight can go to either e7 or f6. Might actually put it on e7. If it goes to f6, then bishop g5 could be a little awkward in some situations. So we'll go here. See what happens. Knight f3 could be a threat. Wasn't a threat yet, because after gf, bishop f4, knight f4 with the rook on e1 would have been a discovered check. But it's something to keep in mind. I'll be conservative and castle first. Once again, I'm already dreaming of grabbing things, but show some restraint. I guess king h1 is the best move. Yeah. What can he do? Because I thought this was a threat. Knight d4, queen b2. It gets messy. Bishop e5, bishop e5, rook e5, queen a1, rook e7. Interesting. Still give the check and then think. Goes knight d4. Yeah, this line I was talking about, queen b2, bishop e5, didn't look that great for me somehow. So I'll go here instead, I guess. Tense situation. Still think I should be fine. But tense it is. Can I get away with queen b2 is the big question. You know I want to. But can I do that? I guess not, actually. But maybe I can after I took here first. Oh, I'm very scared of blundering my queen. Very, very scared. Blundering is maybe not the right word. Having it trapped in the corner. But that's the price you sometimes gotta pay for insane greed. I wanted to grab that exchange. Looks like Easy has some connection problems, as we can see by this little message, but looks like he's back too. By the way, I like the other board color better. I'll change to it after this game. Rook h5, he's going for the kill. Don't want that to happen. It's time for my queen to see the sunlight again. Queen d3 looks a little naive. I'm not going to take on h5. Unless it picks up a rook, which it very well might. But for now, I think I should bring my queen back into action. Yeah, no, this looks just winning if I take the required amount of care not to blunder, which I should be capable of. Because the white king is just too weak and all my pieces are coming bishop f5. It's gonna get tough. I could just take here, I could also do... I want to play this anyway. Planning to go queen e1 checkmate. That stops it, though, in fairness. I missed bishop e4. Maybe I wouldn't have done all this great stuff had I seen it. Still totally winning, so it doesn't really matter. But I did miss it. this should wrap it up. Checkmate. Thanks for the game. Easy. Cubone. That escalated quickly. I felt so energetic. Now I'm feeling so tired already. Only, how long did I'm in 3 hours? Not even quite. That's disappointing. My energy should have lasted a little longer. But looks like Cubone also didn't last this long. He's gone. Sorry, Cubone. I tried. I really tried. You know I tried. Back to the drawing board. SBL 206. Are you here, Mr. SBL? You with us? He's here. No fear. I'll grab the center if you allow me to. Even though this line recently, not so much knight d2, but e4, and then taking on d5 and going knight c3, I think, has become kind of popular recently. Here we have, I don't even know what to call this, like I guess it's Pirts with colors reverse or something. Should be quite comfortable for black, but of course it's very playable for white too. And I sometimes struggle a little bit trying to figure out how to arrange my pieces here, to be honest with you. Still, it doesn't look scary for black at all. What does he want to do? He wants to take and go knight c4. Not sure about g5. Might be a little excessive. The point is, after e.d. I want to go bishop d5 and then knight c4, knight g6. So it was directed against that plan I was assuming he had. But of course g5 could be a little weakening. Still, it's reasonably standard thing to go g5 and then put the knight on g6. I like h4, trying to challenge my plan, but I guess I have to follow it through now and go g4. h5, no, yeah, it's crazy weakening. I'm not so sure about this whole h5, about this whole g5 operation. Because now, yeah, the g5 square is worrying me a little bit. Then again, the knight on h2. It's not the prettiest side right now. The position could get very sharp very quickly. I'd feel better had I calculated anything, but I thought f5 was probably the way to go. It's also a 5-minute game, so I don't know why I'm blitzing out all these moves. But as I said, my energy levels dropped to 0 within literally 2 minutes. So I'm gonna have to get by on my great feel for the game. Oh boy. He's playing well, this guy. Tempted to sacrifice something like knight g3 or knight d4. Neither fully satisfies me for now. There has to be something though. I'm so active. I want to go knight g3. I really want to do it very badly. Just can't get it to work. Maybe that's because it doesn't work. can't resist. I don't think this works. I think I'm objectively probably lost, but I could not help myself. And I also couldn't see what else to do, which might be part of the equation too, if we're being honest. Which sometimes we are on this little program, not always. I'm seeing more problems with my plan, because my plan was to meet queen f2, which I'm expecting to do with e4. And d e knight e5 at least looked very messy. Queen f2, e4, there might be knight takes e4. And the thing is, if queen f2, knight f2, g3, I thought it was winning the piece back. But this guy is hanging, so none of this might work as planned. Therefore, I'll just keep the tension, keep a straight face, and pretend like it was all part of the plan. Long-term piece sacrifice, ain't worry about nothing. I'm worried though. Very worried. Be afraid. Be very afraid. At least it seems like he's struggling to come up with a move. Bishop e3 looks normal to me. When I'm probably gonna go d4 for a lack of better ideas. Well, yeah, I have some compensation. I don't think it's enough. We'll see how it goes. Long timeout here by SBL after blitzing out his first 300 moves. Are you disconnected or are you just calculating? No, I was just calculating. E4 now, is that even legal? G3 wins a piece back at least. So does... Yeah, I guess I got nothing back. Still a complicated position. I'm not actually material up, but I feel like the trend changed to my favor. Getting mated here? Don't think so. If I am, I'm gonna be very upset and whiny about it. SBL resigns. Very dramatic game. Even this position isn't 100% clear after king f2, but he was running low on time. Very interesting. Next. delicate glint. Israel plays the Caro-Kann. I like this two knight system, knight c3, knight f3. I think it's quite interesting to play. And here, I never know what to do. I think some people go knight. Some people go bishop e2, some people go d4. This is the main move, but I have a feeling this move is going to be more familiar with. Well, I'm not that booked up here. Queen b6, d4, e6 is the main line. You can come back to e4. Don't want to, but then I have a very good version of the French with my knight on g3 already. This looks very nice. a3 is always a useful little move to play, just stopping any inconvenience on the, what's it called, b4 square, preparing b4 for yourself. b4 might actually have been a better move than h4, because b4 also stops him from like a5, bishop a6 ideas. I'll do it now. Time to start attacking. Knight h5 is a little non-standard, like h5 or would be more typical, but I thought knight h5 was a little awkward to meet. I was hoping that after g6 I could get away with knight g7, king f8, bishop h6, which I'm not sure about. Because after king g8 my knight could just be in no man's land then. But even if I can't, then I can just pretend that it was all part of the plan. I'd just retreat and then follow up with h5, and yeah, can't bluff him. Let me think though, maybe it does work. Knight g7, king f8, bishop h6, king g8, h5, let's say, bishop f8. No, it doesn't seem like it works. I'll go here, maybe knight g3 was better, but here there's some potential of sacrifices on e6 or whatnot. Nah, sounds like I'm drifting. Hearing me talk about this makes me think I'm probably drifting. But my position is still better because there's zero counterplay. So I have all the time in the world to come up with some attacking scheme. And it's not so obvious where the black king is going either. Bishop f8. Not sure what I want to do after g5, but I want to do something. Very out of character how I'm playing this game. Why am I doing such things? I was going to go knight g5, but knight d4 bothers me a bit. So I'll actually play a very weird move. I think I have tremendous compensation for the piece, but it's not my usual habitat. The point of h6 is to clear the g5 square, the h5 square for my queen. So now that after knight g5, he doesn't have time for knight d4 because of queen h5 followed by checkmate. Yeah, bishop g5 probably has to be played, but then also queen h5 followed by bishop takes. And the attack is still rolling. It's not mate though, king f8 and then queen e8. Game continues. That doesn't look pleasant for black. rook h3. Rook f3 is the next reserves that can join the party. He's trying to free himself by sacrificing one knight, but I'm not sure how much freedom that provides. Now the h-pawn might have a role to play. Yeah. How to do this? Went for the greediest choice. The h-pawn did play his role. Queen takes. Zwischenschach. What's gone is gone. Doing pretty well on the material front now. King a6 is possible, but I'll try to grab a bit of extra space with a4, and I quite like my chances here without wanting to brag. Come on, guy. Now, I don't mind playing on, but I was typing something. Then I don't. I'll take everything back. Thanks for the game. Michal.Babicka. c4. I don't mind the c4 b3 stuff, but the early c d5 normally makes black's life quite a bit easier in these positions. Or at least I would argue so. Because now my bishop can get out. I understand he wants to play d3 and then prepare e4 down the stretch, but I still think that this should be fine. Anyway, it looks like this is Michail's bread and butter setup, since he's blitzing out his first moves. Probably pretty much no matter what the opponent plays, this is what he does. And I don't mind it. He got a decent position. But in general, I'm quite skeptical about system play. Still, if I'm going to lose in like 5 more moves, then I might have to rethink my stance on this. Might be in trouble actually, so I missed knight c4. So let's go for weirdness. See what happens. He finally is thinking. Such a relief. I'm probably worse after ef5, but it's not that clear. It's actually quite a complicated position. And no, after thinking again, I don't think I'm worse there. Knight c4 could be a problem. Yeah, probably not very sound what I've been doing. But such is life sometimes. Knight c4 is the best move. Bishop f2, king f1, and it's going to be very hard for me to stay connected to that guy. Gonna be impossible. So once again, I'm going to have to sacrifice a piece. Bishop d4? That doesn't seem critical. Some options now, but this looks simplest when Not sure if I'm winning, but at least the initiative is firmly on my side all of a sudden. Let me see if I can find a way to win. Knight g4, knight e4, rook e4 looks good. Yeah, seems to be working. Point is bishop e4, queen f2, and queen h2 is checkmate, and if queen d4, rook d4, I'm just a piece up. So yeah, the complications did work in my favor. A lot of pressure to get the rating back up. Not sure if I'll be able to do it. We'll find out. Growing more tired by the minute, so not 100% sure. Queen f1. He's hoping to get some material back after rook d1, but now that I've cashed in, I'm comfortable retreating a little bit, consolidating my gains. And yeah, piece is a piece, as they say. Sort of a completely random move, a5. I was just thinking, okay, the game is over, but I still gotta finish it, so let's keep paying attention. Shouldn't be all that hard though. And Michal Babichka resigns. And yeah, we've talked about this before. If I want to try to get the rating up, I'm going to have to start playing against stronger players. But I'm still on my mission to play everybody whom I haven't played, whomever I can see in the list, whom I have not played, I will play. Once that's done, and if I still feel awake, or if I feel awake at any point of the night, then I'll try to bring the rating a bit back up. That takes a long time, as you can see. And I've also lost 1 or 2 games earlier, so I'm absolutely culpable for the rating being so low as well. You lose 1 game against Kusumanu, for example, it's always minus 28, so never easy. But I do feel like poor Banterthon is a little underrated, even in our everybody's sleep-deprived state. We'll see how it goes. I'm also coffee-deprived. Brought some chocolate, but that doesn't seem that tasty. And Kusumanu doesn't seem to be around, since there's many people waiting. We'll keep it rolling. Kakao Aguirre? Sorry, I can't pronounce the double R. Where is he from? Chile. What's up, Chile? Getting bored of this myself, but it's really also an online thing that everybody is playing 2c5, trying to play the Benko Gambit, and after knight f3 they just tend to be a lot more clueless. I don't know, I understand it's a little more boring to play e6, so the Greenfield or more work, but I'm not a big fan of trying to take shortcuts by just learning the Benko, and that's your repertoire, and I try to punish guys for it with knight f3, with mixed success, admittedly. But that's sort of the thinking behind it, because the structure a little tougher. Yeah, this is gonna be a bad version, or not a great version of the headshock, at least without white having played e4. It's not so easy to get the pieces to where they belong. Still, it's playable. But I've always felt comfortable with white here, because black has to spend so much time, and he can't easily get what he wants to do. Rook b8, b6, bishop b7. Because after rook b8, if he then goes b6, there's knight c6. So it's actually quite tough to get the pieces out. And yeah, here we see the problem. I guess he's... Ah, no, he missed it. That's a pity. But I guess you have to go knight e5, but then f4. That's also unpleasant. So not so easy to get to your scheme against this. And as mentioned, if people can't get their scheme, things often become a little tougher. I'll just grab the exchange. Taking the bishop on e7 is also tempting, because that's really the backbone of the black position. But an exchange is an exchange. Break after this game to get more caffeine into me, and then I'll try to start looking for some high-rated opponents to get Banterthon either to rock bottom or back to where he once belonged. I've acted a little carelessly here as well after taking the exchange, so once again, time to focus a little bit. Always a worrying sign if your queen and your king are on the same diagonal. I would like to take a timeout and go king g2, but I don't have time because he's going after my b4 pawn. Yeah, not very convincing technique, but the extra exchange gives me a lot of margin for error, which is nice. Kako Aguirre resigns. Thank you for the game. Break. See you guys soon. Welcome back, boys and girls, to the night shift of our Banterthon. Getting hot in the studio with all of the lights, because we have all these shiny lights so that you guys can... I don't know why we have them. Anyway, let's continue. I promised to try to get Mr. Banterthon's rating up. And the only way to do that, even though I'll keep playing against users I haven't played before, is to try to play against some of the tough guys here, like Yoshi Deluxe. Let's see how deluxe he is. Goes knight f3, d5. Was this a 5-minute game? Okay, we got all the time in the world. Should f4, this is my go-to system. Knight bd7 is the main move. But of course, there is options. He goes knight bd7. And I'll be boring, play a3. It's a bit of a forgotten line almost nowadays, because everybody plays c5, trying to grab more space, which is probably more critical objectively. But here, black also has to know what he's doing with the isolated pawn. It's a line that was, more topical a couple of years back. And some ways have been found, I believe, to neutralize this. I'm not even sure what the most precise is. Bishop f6, bishop e5 takes, rook e8, knight f3, and then some knight e6, queen b6. White had very little. But if you don't remember all the details, you're still stuck with the pawn, isolated pawn on d5, and white can try to generate some pressure. We'll see how it goes. Bishop f5 is, of course, legit, but doesn't immediately put pressure on me. So I'll just castle and delay the decision if I want to mate, let's say, bishop f6 with bishop e5, or if I want to put a knight on d4. But I've thought about it while I was talking about it and decided I still want to go bishop e5 because this bishop is quite strong. I don't want to have to deal with it. In general, black, of course, would be happy to go d4, exchange this pawn after bishop e5, knight e5. So quite often they go knight e6 or queen b6 and then knight e6. My job is to make it a little harder for him to get in d5, d4. As usual, not claiming much here with white in either case, but you can try to get a little something because of the weakened pawn. Rook c8, fair enough. I guess there's little point in taking on f6 just yet. Not sure what to do. Go rook c1. Maintain the status quo. It's little, but black, if he doesn't have like a forced sequence out of the opening that forces all the pieces off the board, has to suffer a little bit here. Even though now I'm starting to get concerned about bishop e5, knight e5, queen f6, which looks very interesting. Maybe I rushed a little. I do have b4 as an excuse if I need to. It looks like I might need to. Use bishop e4, not in a particular hurry. Which is also fine. Everything's fine for black. That's the problem. How do I do this? Do I go b4? Not sure really. Bishop f3. No, that's nothing special. Yeah, black is very solid. Queen d4, the knight b3 concerns me, even though the black structure would be broken. No, Washi has played this well. Now after knight e6, it's very, very little. Very, very little. Other moves are possible too. Queen g5, queen g6, whatnot, but yeah, knight e6 is also what I would have chosen. And he's equalized. Kudos to him. I'll still keep trying, of course. But in general, with the bishop so active, this structure even, well, now I have to take back with a pawn on d4, which is not ideal. Even with the pawns, you could hope for a little something, but with the bishop already on e4, it's really not much of a muchness. So all credit to Washi for playing this line very well. Maybe I didn't play it so well. b6, does this give me something to work with? Or is it a trap? Bishop a6, queen g6. I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Because now queen g6, bishop f1, alright. It still looks a bit passive, but at least I have seized control over the c-file, which is a bit of an achievement. This bishop is too active to tolerate it there forever. So time to kick it away. But nah, still nothing. In spite of my best efforts, it feels like it's still nothing, unfortunately. I'll keep trying though. Bishop d7 looks logical to prepare rook e8, and I wanted to go for this actually, because yeah, if I get my rook to c7 quickly, might still be able to ask some questions. Washi is not happy with that scenario. Still go rook c7 and hope for the best. Should maybe have calculated this a little bit before going for it, but I saw a trick. And whenever I see a trick, I can't be stopped, but going for it. The beauty of back-rank mates. Queen c1 is just one check, if I'm not mistaken, bishop f1, so that doesn't change things. And piece is a piece. Pre-move. Checkmate. Sorry, Washi. Yeah, kind of typical game for these lines, where my opponent played very well, but then still managed to get a bit of an initiative, especially after getting a hold of that c-file. And it's never so pleasant to defend. We're playing against Who Am I? Norwegian flag. Let's hope it's not Magnus Carlsen. That would be a pity. No, that would be great actually. But I guess it is not. Many Norwegians into chess, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not me, it's you. You guys are playing c5 every position against everything. Nothing I can do about it. Combining e6, c5 and g6. That's risky strategically, to put it mildly. Because now, if he ever takes on d4, there will be glaring holes. And he rightly, I believe, doesn't take on d4, but goes d6. b3 I don't like, actually. It's fine, but it doesn't feel like the most punishing. Maybe dc5 and bishop f4 was a better way to play. Who am I? Is lost in thought. Maybe it's Erwin Lamy. Who am I? Nah, he's not Norwegian. Then again, our flags sometimes tell the story wrong, because I believe you get the flag depending on the country where you register it. I guess you can change it if you change your nationality or something. But a lot of people don't have the flag that represents their true nationality, I figured. And yeah, black is suffering from having played e6 early on, because whenever he goes cd4 here, then d6 will be a big weakness, so it's not the most pleasant of positions for black. He's playing waiting moves, which is fair enough. Don't have any smarter advice. I'll just put my pieces on normal looking squares and claim an advantage because of Mr. D6. One day in the distant future I might start some space grabbing operations with D5, but that day has not yet come. Maybe I should have put my rooks on D1 and E1 though. Creature of habit that I am, I was gonna put them on D1 and C1, but if black refuses to take on D4, as he rightly does, I don't think the rook will have that much work on C1. Now he couldn't stand the tension any longer and he did take, but once again, it's D6 pawn. It's weak. I guess E5 is consistent now that the pawn is already on E6. Might as well put it on E5 to try to get the bishop out. But there are weaknesses. Who am I taking his time here? It's a 5-minute game, so you can take quite a bit of time. Still matters though. Might miss it later on when the going gets tough. I play E5, but it's hard to come up with a good suggestion. I think you gotta do this, even though it does leave weaknesses. It at least gives a chance to develop this bishop. Now my bishop on B2 isn't doing all that much anymore, so I'll try to find it some new work on this diagonal. I haven't actually calculated if I can take, but I believe I can. If he goes, let's say A6, if knight takes D6, if the pin is a pawn. Doesn't really look like, because I always have C5 backing up whatever piece is on D6, so it looks good. Knight D5 was also good, but I'm just too greedy. And yeah, I guess this is beyond repair, more or less. Goes E4. Sure, I could do something more aggressive, knight D6 or knight A7 immediately, but nothing looks wrong about this either. Bishop E5, many options. Could take, then I guess bishop G3. Nah, no need for that. I'll just take this guy. Pawn is a pawn. I could go back or take on C8. Both look pretty good. I'll take. Wemai has done well to stick around, but he is a pawn down and running out of time. So the end will not be gentle. Maybe it will be gentle, but the result will hopefully not be in his favor. Gotta go F4 now to keep my bishop locked up. If it gets out, position doesn't get any better. And he lost on time. Next. Mr. Shark Foss. 2575. I have to get the muck out of the picture to focus on this one. he wants to do. It's gonna be another Queen's Gambit, or the half Nimzo with bishop b4. No, it's always e6, c5, every game. Whatever I do, you lure me into the structure. It looks like now we're gonna get some, what is this called? Tarash? I think it's a Tarash. A lot of theory after castles, bishop g5 or dc5. I'm gonna go dc5. But there are many plausible options. Here d4 is a pawn sacrifice. That's not fully correct, but interesting. Some guys like to do that. And I have no idea if this is theory. I thought a3 was an interesting sideline, but I'm not sure if I was doing it in this move order. Looks decent. d4, knight a4, and the pawn should get undermined quite quickly. He goes a6, which is fine. But it looks a little slow what he's been doing. And I'll try to use the time handed to me to bring my knight to c5. Which hopefully I won't regret. I'm expecting bishop a7, but I'm not sure. I would guess that's the idea, because why he played a6 and all that. Bishop c7, alright, but I still go here. And now this a6 looks a little less consistent with the overall scheme. I guess knight e4, yeah. It's my calculating face. Thinking about knight e4, knight d4. Well, he goes queen e7. I could just ignore it and go rook e1 without thinking. And yeah, could come in handy later on anyway. Now knight e4 does no longer seem possible because d5 is hanging. And I might be threatening bishop f6 and queen d5. Not sure I want to do that because it's such a strong bishop for just measly pawn. But it's certainly an option. Goes bishop g4. And normally Mr. Grabbity Grab leads very little encouragement to grab them pawns. Like bishop g3 might win it back, but that could be positional suicide. hg, queen b7, then bishop f6 and queen d5. So it doesn't look very good. And yeah, if there's no trick, which I don't see, then I should be doing all right. Rook c6, any bishop f2 action. No, that doesn't work, so he's gonna have to go. Queen takes b7, when I should have pleasant choices. Rook f6 looks very interesting, but I don't like parting with my hard-earned pawns normally. Even though it does look very tempting. Nah, I'll just go back. This might have been a little too chicken actually. It gives him a bit of initiative even. Not a lot of initiative, but a bit. So maybe rook f6 was what a strong player should do in that position. But pawn is a pawn and all that. Bishop back to c7 shows that, yeah, the initiative is not all that powerful. Believe it or not, this is a pawn hunting operation. I did calculate that he can't take and take on g3, because after rook c8, f2 is covered. Or at least I hope so, because I'd be very upset if I blundered this away. And if he has to go queen b8, I was intending to take on a6. Takes an a5, but now I can go rook c1, I guess. Huh? Don't see why not. This endgame should be pretty joyless against my two extra a-pawns. Try to bring them some support in form of Mr. Bishop. And you know what? Just in case the a-pawns don't get the job done, let's grab some things on the other side of the board as well. Here, how many extra pawns I have? 4? maybe just 3, but it should be enough. You're gonna need a bit of a miracle, Jerkfoss. Does look like he believes in miracles. Sending a draw for... Nah, he does resign. Alright, thanks for the game. Let's mix in another new arrival. New victim. Bornakoki from Croatia. See if he's around. Bornakoki doesn't seem to be there. Sorry, Bornakoki. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Aborto. Back to scanning my little list. Play a Nick 2504. Looks like Nick is not around either. I'll speed this up because we have a lot of people waiting. Let's check back in with the chat. How often sees the chat? Sees the chat now. What's going on in the chat? A lot of complaints about people waiting. I understand that you have complaints, but you also gotta understand we're really trying very hard to get everybody on Chess24 the chance to play against Grandmasters as often as possible. That's why I do lots of these Banter Blitzes. That's why we're just doing a 27-hour marathon where I'm trying to play against everybody I haven't played. So I'm doing my best. Apologies if I haven't gotten to you. Excessive complaining normally doesn't motivate me anymore. Let's play F. Schwarz, whom I also haven't played, but I don't know how long he's been waiting. German dude. Might not be here, which I also fully understand. I can't. Since I don't know when I'm playing home, I can't expect everybody to be at their comp, but therefore I move on quite quickly. If someone's not around, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, abort. Can't win them all. Who else is no? John 25. What does Johnny Boy want to do? Are we hitting another patch of no one being there? Sorry, John. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, abort. What about Mr. A Spectre? A lot of weird questions. What's my spirit animal talking to me? I have no idea what a spirit animal is. Is that these animals you register as your spirit animals so you can bring your turtle on an airplane and stuff like that? I don't know what that means. And looks like a Spectre is not around either, so I'm gonna start my countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was a bit too quick, so I'll do it again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Abort. Sorry, a Spectre. Let's play Raise or Razamorphy. Morphy to 296 from Spain. Here we go. What you wanna do? Oh, the Italian again. D3, no action. I'll play this system, which is not a great system. Bishop c5 is better objectively, but I sometimes do it to keep more pieces on the board and all that stuff. As mentioned, not a great system. Don't really recommend it, but if black manages to develop without being bothered, then it's kind of playable. Many different plans possible here. I'll go for knight a5, c5, transposing to some sort of Chigurine structure. He goes d4, which might be critical, so kudos to him. I'm not sure how I want to react. Maybe I don't want to react at all yet. Yeah, the problem with these systems is you are slightly worse, so there's a price to pay for all these pieces on the board. Talking about me being black. But at least it leads to a more complex struggle. Bishop e3, I'm gonna make him go back. And now pretend like I've gained tremendously by that little insertion. b5 might have been optimistic, not sure. Do I want to keep these knights? Nah, I feel like this is the correct way to do it. Yeah, I guess the position is roughly equal. Maybe white is still a tad better, but it's not very serious. At some point I have to decide what I want to do about the central tension. Unless he decides it for me and goes d5, which is always an option. Very valid option, actually. There we go. a5 might look a little strange, but I'm trying to meet a4 with b4 so that nothing too bad can happen to me on the queenside. And now with the queenside blocked, I can focus on my lethal kingside attack. Especially has nothing to do on b7 anymore. So I'll put it here and then I'll somehow start preparing f5 and all that stuff. Queen also did her job on c7. He's running. He knows what's coming. I didn't calculate very deeply if he can take and then go knight takes e5, but I had the feeling something good would happen if that appeared. Still won't be easy to break through, but I will certainly try. That makes it a bit easier. Well, I'm not sure if it makes the breaking through easier, but it makes the material balance much more favorable for me. And Raise Murphy resigns. Thanks for the game. Who's next? Tres beans or tres beans, I'm not sure. It's either 3 beans or really beans, depending on what language that tres is in. Spanish it's 3. In Francais it's really. Je ne sais pas. I'm sure tres beans is gonna fill us in. What's the discussion? Avoid Martians? What's Martians? Like Matt Damon after his return? You know, there, Tribunes, I'm having a very quick abort trigger finger here because I'm trying to move on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, abort. Sorry. Oh, almost clicked resign here. That was just in time. He got his pawn to d5 just as I was aborting. Slav. The good old Slav. And this triangle thingy, maybe just watch Sopiko's series. This is the aggressive line against it. I'm not very booked up, so it's probably not the best of choices to go for it against Tribunes, where I should be a bit of a favorite on paper. But it's an exciting line nonetheless. Wow, looks like he really did do his homework here. Blitzing out c5, which is one of the critical moves, followed by queen g2. I'm out of book. What do people do here? Queen d6? No idea. That's the problem with providing all this information to you premium guys on Chess24. Everyone can out-prepare me if they get the line of the video series they just studied on the board, where shockingly often I will be reasonably clueless while people will know lots of things because they've studied it. This is one of these cases. We'll go here. I don't want to exchange queens, and after bishop b4 there was queen e5 check, and after bishop e3 there was queen a5 or also queen e5. So I thought I should go here, but I have a feeling something's already gone wrong. Maybe not. Knight f6. Now at least I can develop kind of quickly, hopefully. See how it goes. This is a check. Go away. All right. Now it looks like I have some very decent pressure. Still a pawn down, but with the two bishops. King in the center, g7 hanging. I quite like my position now. I feel this queen maneuver was probably a little too slow. g8. He's like me. He really doesn't want to part with pawns that he's already captured. I can fully understand. e7, good move. Hanging in there, Mr. Tribunes. Très bien. Oh, and bishop e3 was a mistake. Uh-oh, that was a serious mistake. Now I'm in real big trouble if he takes and goes knight e5, because that's a very painful double attack against c4 and f3. And I'd be in real big trouble. Knight b6, I'm in a little less trouble. Right idea, but wrong execution. Because, yeah, knight e5 was just so strong. Still, very good game by Tribunes, who, I think probably studied Sopiko's video series. And goes to show that pays off. Because, yeah, he's absolutely not only hanging in there, but got very good position against me. Mainly goes to show I should probably study a bit more again. But who has the time? Now, what's the material? It's equal. I guess I have a bit of pressure because b7 is weak now. But this became a much bigger fight than, frankly, I expected it to. Well, this changes things a bit. Now it's a piece and the game is over. Therefore, Tribunes resigns. Very good game by Tribunes. Who's next? Mr. Fahti. 2059. That's a very dangerous rating, because I think I only win 1 point probably, even with Banterthon's bad rating, but he's a pretty good player. So it's not the guys to play if you want to bring up the rating dramatically. But of course, he still has to be crushed. We're playing a reverse chicory. Normally I play knight b7, not c5 in this position. But there's nothing wrong with c5 as far as I can tell. Not sure about cd4. I guess it's fine, but knight d4 all of a sudden I got a weird feeling about, but nah, it's totally fine. Just e6 and keep developing. Or even e5. Well, ed4 is possible, of course, but now I thought I should be doing alright, because the usual problem with this knight on c3 that it doesn't really support the pawn on d4 all that well. So these positions I quite like. After e6, can you go knight e5? I have a feeling he won't do it. He's gonna castle first. Or play h3 even better, because I was already thinking about taking on f3 without being asked. Now, once again, I can hopefully show the drawbacks of a knight on c3. That doesn't really help supporting these pawns all that well. Of course, the question is the eternal one, like if this greed will backfire. But you know how I roll. Pawn is a pawn. c4, only chance. Kudos to him, he came up with that, and I'm starting to regret my greed. A little bit. Yeah, I gotta unfortunately, be responsible grandmaster here and give the pawn back, even though I very strongly dislike doing that. And yeah, mainly, maybe I overdid it a bit with my pawn grabbing operation this time around. Knight c3, all of a sudden he's playing all the best moves in the position. That's a pity, for me at least. Yeah, I'm worse. Dislike being worse. Nothing to do. Gotta hang in there, but Fahti pressed the warp speed button and started playing perfectly. And I got into real trouble. Now, once again, the question, greed or responsible chess. Knight a5 is a greedy move, but it looks incredibly risky. But yeah, I'll once again go with greed. Knight d4, rook b7, rook d8 or something should probably equalize, or take on f3 and then rook d8. But it was less fun. And the pressure here, very seriously worried. Queen a4, b6, t7, queen d5, also good. Yeah, I'm getting outplayed. Worse than that, I can't even see any lines with winning chances. Nothing to do. I'm gonna have to fight for survival. Sad. Just rook b7. Not my dream scenario, being in a double rook ending a pawn down. I guess you have some drawing chances, but it's not exactly what I was hoping to get. Or this, yeah, similar. Going for cheapos, threatening queen b1, queen b8, but I don't think that's gonna materialize, judging from everything we've seen so far. No, I don't know. This is all too strong. Not much I can do, I guess, but patiently wait and hope for the best. This is ridiculous. Something's off. Nah, I'm gonna lose. No chance here. Because, yeah, just the king to g2 and the a-pawn queens. But, yeah. He played too strong for me. What can I do? If someone plays too strongly, I don't have any chance. No regrets either. I think I played a pretty normal game, but not enough. Just gh4, for example, everything wins. This, of course, does win too. Yep, nothing to do. That's interesting. I would have played king g2 because then there's never any checks. Of course this wins too, but it's not a very obvious thing to spot so quickly. Queen h3, queen g2. Respect. Took a while though. After a7 you would think that he would blitz out queen g2, but I guess he needed a moment to confirm. .110, now that's too much time, even at the speed we're playing. Won't be able to hang in there against two queens, and that's strange. I don't know, maybe Fahti decided it's time for ritual suicide. I don't know what that's about. Can't even be a mouse slip, might have been, yeah. That he misread something in the position, of course. I don't know. Very confusing game. Yeah, I don't know what to think about that one. Let's move on. Let's play Andreas Gerum, number 1. Big theoretician. Now knight c6, less theoretical. Bishop e3 immediately is more like it. Because now my structure is quite good. And b2 becomes a target immediately. So yeah, this was not ideal. I'll keep grabbing b2. Guess I should have learned my lesson in the last game, but I didn't. Andreas Gerum has already seen enough. That was quick. Let's find of you many super high-rated tough guys out there. Or someone else. Oh no, he's not a premium guy. Sorry, Kumi. He is one of the toughest guys on this whole site. Nikita Petrov, 29-10. He's very, very strong. He's defeated me before, even not as Banterthon, but as Mighty Jan. So I know how strong this guy is. And I'm gonna have to be very focused. I learned as a kid that g4 is good here. Normally, I always end up in trouble in these King's Indians, but I learned as a kid that this was good prophylaxis against these f5 ideas, and that white was better here. I'm not sure that's actually true. I've never confirmed since. But let's give it a go. See what happens. Looks ridiculous if you show this move to any beginner or even any experienced player. It looks very weird, but I guess it has some point. I'm not sure. When I keep saying as a kid, I mean as a junior, normally probably when I was like 16. So not exactly that as a little kid I was taught you gotta go g4 in this position. Bishop f6 is quite logical, intending bishop g5. I don't want that to happen, so I'll try to stop it. So we've both done kind of logical things. Not sure where to put my knight. Knight f3 it looks a little funny, I have to admit, but I feel it might be time to return, preparing for potential f5s when I can take bishop h6, knight g5 and whatnot. But it still looks a little funny if he goes knight f6. I haven't really achieved anything. Yeah. My bad. That was dumb. My woes in the King's Indian continue. Okay. Gotta admit, I made a mistake. And go back. But now he can go h5. He doesn't want to. Fair enough. Does want to go f5 after all. Oh, when will I ever understand the King's Indian? No clue what to do. I talk about it half tongue-in-cheek, but not really. I feel like it is my biggest weakness, at least with white when it comes to openings, that my King's Indian expertise is really not very much up to speed. And yeah, I don't have a good feel for these positions. This stuff that he's doing, I still thought was quite risky though, in spite of my lacking feel. I had the feeling after knight f3, yeah, here I would get a very serious initiative. Let's think how to do this. Probably takes and rook g1, yeah. Because yeah, here I'm in time, so kudos to him for trying to play for a win with his f5, but I think that was asking too much of his position. Shouldn't wrap up the game, it's by no means over, but now I have a very serious initiative. Rook f7, knight b5, and rook g6, I can just take twice. Oh, hang on. Bishop h5, knight g7. Very tricky, this dude. Extremely tricky. Very impressive that he managed to hang around once again. I thought the game, well, done is a bit strong, but I thought I was totally winning. Well, now I have to win it all over again. Nikita Petrov is extremely tough. I'm extremely annoyed that I didn't manage to wrap this up earlier. I'm pretty sure I was totally winning just a couple moves ago. But once again, gotta give credit where credit is due, and he's defended extremely well. E5, I believe, is another good move. Not sure if you want to go a4 here with black or not, because it could be a target in the future, but I guess it still makes sense. Yeah, he's playing well. Don't you hate it when they play well? I have to think of a plan how to proceed, really. I guess I want to open the position with b3 at some point, but it has to be quite well timed. This is all shadow boxing. There's nothing really happening. Just looking for inroads. Now I'm winning, finally. Wore him down. And Petrov Nikita resigns. But yeah, all credit goes to him for, first of all, instead of repeating the moves, I wouldn't have repeated again, but here, instead of going knight f6, going for it with f5, which was too risky, and then defending this completely ridiculous position for way longer than he should have, which is my fault for not finishing more convincingly, but very, very tough game. Thanks for the game, Mr. Petrov. Whom do we play next? A lot of excitement. Let's throw in another newbie. No mainline. All right, no mainline. Oops, I don't want to leave the game. Sorry. What is no mainline? b3? Says his problem started with a misclick. He wanted one d5. That's more his style, but he did play. Well, yeah, not sure. This line we got with g4 is better for white, or it's supposed to be better for white, as far as I know. But I seriously misplayed it. Then I don't know. It was back and forth, but it was a fun game. No main line doesn't seem to be around, so let's play somebody else. Tricky science is finding the right, not the right opponent, but an opponent, yeah, whom I haven't played well, being fair to everybody who's been waiting and who's been supporting us and all that stuff. I'll never get it completely right and I can't make everybody happy, but trust me, I'm trying. Dionysios Stasinakis, number 9, hails from Greece. He had the thirst for knowledge. And in honor of Robin van Kampen, who's coming tomorrow, who's gonna do a video series about this stuff, I'm gonna go bishop b5 check. I don't think c4 is very much Robin's style, but it's actually an interesting little move. If they go a6, now you take, but c4 is part of the plan many a time anyway, because you want to get this good old Marocci bind structure, while a6 isn't necessarily part of black setups. So c4 makes some sense. And yeah, different opening, same bullshit. Oh, I'm not supposed to say that, I guess. Same thingy. We get another Marocci bind. I wish I would at least play them well so you guys could learn something from it, but I'm not sure I really am. However, my repertoire is very much cut towards getting these Marocci bind situations with white, because I do think they're objectively better for white and easier to play too. I'm just not that good. Well, I don't want to be too fake humble, but I feel like I have still a lot to learn about timings of pawn breaks and all those things in these Marocci situations. This pawn break, okay, I don't have so much to learn about, because if I can grab material, I'll do it. But positionally, it's very tricky set of challenges. Not sure what to grab here. Both rook d3 and fg. Or even, both rook d3 and fg. Look very tempting. I'll go with fg, actually. Deep thought here by Dionysius. Yeah, it's kind of lost. I do have 2 pieces against the rook, which is not enough, especially in such a middle game situation. But of course, the game does continue, and I would like to develop some sort of attack. I'm not sure how to best manufacture that. Obvious plan would be to go queen h5, rook f3, rook h3. Of course, you gotta be careful to keep things under control on the other side of the board. But I think that's what I'm opting for now. He wants to go knight e5, bring in an extra defender, which I don't really want to happen. So I'll change plans and go knight f3. No one ever accused me of being consistent. And yeah, this didn't help. I was hoping for cd rook c3. Such things I tend to spot. I don't know. If in doubt, grab more pawns. Like there's some cheating discussion in the chat. We do have software and our mods who will look into all the suspicious cases. So yeah, I tend to go easy on any public accusations and I would recommend doing the same. But of course, cheating, sad, just ruins it for everybody. And I feel as chess players, without wanting to get too fake moral, we do have a responsibility to keep the game going and having it in the press, not just for, oh, another cheater caught in that tournament or that tournament. So yeah, I'm always sad to see if there is a cheating case. Let's take here. I'm actually trying to mess this up, so I better calculate for a second. Nah, who wants to calculate? Let's just blitz out moves. Knight d3 is a surprise. Checkmate. Another newbie, Ditka Ruiz from the USA. Feels like probably around now most of Europe is gonna be asleep, and I'm gonna need the Latinos, people from Chile, from Peru, from Mexico, even though that's probably not technically Latinos, USA, Canada, that part of the world, to wake up and keep me company, even though if you're European and you just refuse to go to bed, I'm cool with that too. I certainly won't go to bed before, let's say I play till 6, then well, I guess I'll go get some breakfast. I'll be home at 7ish, so yeah, I'll be going to bed kind of late. But today I'm much fresher than the other nights, because the other nights I had lots of stuff to do during the day, so I didn't get a lot of sleep in. Today I did sleep 8 hours during the day, so I'm really good to go. Rook b8 might look like a crazy person's move, but the point is if I go h6, he takes, queen f6, bishop d5 is sometimes a little annoying, pinning me. So rook b8 is a weird way to prepare h6 when after takes, bishop d5, knight e7 is now legal. Takes anyway. But yeah, now, as mentioned, my rook is out of the way, therefore this knight maneuver is coming. Pressure. Poor Ditka Ruiz just joined the party, and all of a sudden he's finding himself under all this pressure. That is not gonna help relieve any of it. Very tempted to pre-move queen g3, but it's too risky. See, wouldn't have been a good idea. Ooh. Too many enemy. And Ditka Ruiz does resign. Thank you for the game. One more and I'm gonna need yet another break. Trying to find one more dude whom Banterthon has not battled against yet. But looks like this list is thinning out. I'm always checking the list of old challenges that someone who hasn't gotten a game yet hasn't waited forever. But it's not an exact science, so I apologize in advance for everybody I've overlooked, mistreated, and yeah, whatever else. Nah, give no main line another chance, but I do remember that because of your name, and I played b3, that you weren't there, so if you're not there again, then we're done. Tough rules now. I don't know theory in b3. As usual, I'll try to do battle in the center. d6 looks perfectly logical, actually. Not sure d4 might be pushing it a bit, but I like getting my structure no matter what openings we played. The Banterthon ends tomorrow 6 p.m. Central European time. Or technically that's today, 6 p.m. Thursday Central European time, if I'm not mistaken. I believe the Spanish dudes are gonna do something afterwards. Maybe there's gonna be more Banter Blitz in Spanish. But this marathon is, the English part, is gonna end at 6 p.m. At least that's the plan, as far as I'm concerned. Not sure I'll be around. I think now after my night shift I'll be done, but there's a star-studded program tomorrow, Niklas Oceanbait is gonna be back. Paco Vallejo, the Spanish #1, is gonna be around. I believe Ilya Zarogatsky has another shift. Pepe Cuenca has to make it through the morning shift once again, all by himself. So there is gonna be lots of chess action all through the day. Well, in this game, no mainline, in spite of his dislike for mainlines, has played perfectly sensible chess. But even though I do have the 2 bishops, I'm not sure I'm better here, actually, because he can prepare e4 as he expertly does. Grab a lot of space, and I think black is perfectly fine. So, good job, no mainline. Go e4, d5, or even e4, not d5. Pas de problème. Parlez-vous le français? General, yeah. If you can't keep the chat to English, Banterthon, blah blah blah. Mainly a note to our Spanish friends. I've heard some complaints, but I'm not a moderator. Why am I saying all these things? Not my problem. My problem is what to do here. Don't know what to do. Shui 2 looks very weird, admittedly. Yeah, it's not very good either. The problem is, if you make an ugly looking move, more often than not, they are not very good. Like, there is certain chess logic. Of course there's exceptions, and sometimes you can do something deep or whatnot, but bishop e2 is just a dumb move. Don't know what to do. Neither there's no mainline who's been drifting the last couple moves as well. So I guess I'll start at pawn. Offense on the queen side and hope for good things to happen to me. Let's to bring his knight to g5, and why not? Oh, I'm reaching peak sleepiness. But the good thing is, I'm already almost 5 hours in, if I can count correctly. And I feel more awake. Well, not anymore, but I felt more awake so far tonight than the other nights. For the reasons described before. I actually slept much more. So I'm reasonably confident to make it through the night without major brain damage. Minor, but minor has been inflicted a long time ago. Whom am I kidding? So we can live with that. As for the game, no mainline is still fine. Should still play e4 at some point to grab more space. Now the theme of the day has been this d5 square for the white knight. I've managed to install quite some powerful knights on d5. But in this game, so far it's not yet happening. b6 gives me a choice between 2 tempting options. One is to take and try to attack it. The other is to play a6 and hope this pawn does damage in a potential endgame. But I thought this looked more in the spirit in this particular case. And yeah, b6 was a mistake. You shouldn't open things on the queen side. Break after the game. So if you want to get your coffee, take a power nap, coffee nap, can do both. Like just exit coffee and then sleep for 15 minutes. I'm being told it does miracles. I tried it the other day. It didn't work that well, but I'm still a rookie in the coffee nut game. So I might have done it wrong. In this game, I've certainly done many things wrong. No mainline is actually a pretty strong player. So I might have to get my together. I don't know if there's any rules. I can't curse. I guess I can do whatever I want. Sort of random. Sometimes I curse by accident. Normally I don't. The reason I guess not to curse is you pretend to keep it kids friendly. But I'm sure every kid out there, especially all you kids watching, you've heard all these bad words in many, many different places a million times. So I'm never really buying that. I don't know. So far, yeah, we've kept the show reasonably clean. But I feel like I should start cursing one day. You can say more stuff if you're allowed to curse. What? I disconnected? No, I'm here. Refresh, refresh, refresh. Run! That was scary. No mainline is still hanging around, I guess, yeah. Should be a little better by now, but still nothing. Nothing dramatic has happened, so gotta give credit where credit is due. I'll pretend to blunder knight c7 so I can pin him. Ha ha. Still sneaky like that. Oh, my poor chocolate is really melted by now. Give me that. Am I winning now? I'd like to be winning. Rook f6, bishop d5, knight d5. It's not that winning. There has to be a win though after rook f6, isn't there? Maybe not. That'd be weird. Feeling I'm missing something. Rook g6, rook g6 doesn't win. Even though it looks like it's asking a lot of questions. Not sure it wins. Bishop d5, knight d5 also doesn't win. Yeah, I'm not winning. Or I'm feeling I missed some simple win here, but it's the point of missing wins. I didn't see it. Also, the CD pre-move was kind of ridiculous because I decided I'm going to go bishop d5, knight d5, queen d3, which would have been stronger. But then I forgot, or well, I was in my pre-move fever. So, no, excellent game by no mainline. Now I actually have to be very careful, but I think this works. Or I could have started with rook g7. There's no imminent danger, but still. He hung extremely tough. He's still hanging extremely tough, making lots of good moves. The problem, as usual, will be the time situation. That's what makes me such a dangerous blitz player, that I can often manage not to blunder too much until my opponent is low on time. Not saying I'm making any sensible moves, but I avoid blunders until time runs out often. Anyway, that's the game against no mainline, who played very well. Much stronger than his rating, in my opinion. I'm gonna go on another break and see you guys soon. Thank you so much for staying with me here at 3 a.m. almost, middle of the night in Hamburg, Germany. See you soon. Here we go again. Welcome back to last 3 hours of the night shift. I'm getting a little sleepy, but gonna soldier on. Is that the expression? I don't know. I'll play against Dr. Sausage. Interesting username. E4, D4, knight F3, C4. D4 it is. D4, C4. As you do. Bring the knight out, threaten E4. See what black does about it. D5, that's a solid line. One you don't see often online, so I shall take and go bishop G5. C6, E3, bishop F5. Used to be what I thought was my repertoire, but I've talked about this ad nauseum. This Carlsen-Kramnik game has left me with some repertoire problems and also put part 3 of my black repertoire series a bit on hold because I still haven't fixed it. And I'm gonna have to find a way to do so. Not easy. Knight of 8. Looks like Dr. Sausage is well acquainted with things here. I'm not. This knight maneuver makes a lot of sense. Knight e6, I guess he wants. H6 I'm surprised by. I thought the idea was knight e6 with gain of tempo. He wants to put the knight to g6, also legal. Maybe bishop g3, knight h5. Could take on g6, but I don't want to. Now it looks like he's gotten himself into a bit of trouble because it's awkward to defend the knight on g6 because he played h6, and being pawn grabber PhD that I am, I would absolutely grab it. Managed to stop that, but queen e8 is not a dream move in these positions. I'll continue with what I guess is a normal plan here. F3, rook e1, and prepare e4. Sooner or later, probably sooner. Might have rushed with e4. Normally one should not rush this. This queen on e8 inspired me. But it can be a little tricky positionally if black is able to take and then go c5 very fast. So, gotta focus. The guy's 1500, but this might be his first game ever, so he might be a very strong player. And I should not take things lightly. Then again, how much does one really want to think at 3 a.m.? Let's keep making random moves and hope for the best. I have a strong center, but it's not fully consolidated yet. B5, what's that about? He wants... I don't know what he wants. It's tempting to take on f6, but I'm such a nit when it comes to sacrificing, even in exchange, that I'm not gonna do it. But it could very well have been the best move. It's a weakness in my game, actually, that I don't like sacrifices because they force you to play dynamically afterwards, and I'm not that comfortable with it. I'm much more comfortable grabbing pawns. Not sure if I should include bishop c4, bc or not. Doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but I will. Now things are looking good. Floyd Akash is pointing out nothing good ever happens after 2 a.m., which is very true. I've confirmed that rule personally many a time. But what to do? It's a Banterthon. I'm gonna stick around, play Dr. Sausage at 3:05 and hope for the best. The best would be if he blundered a piece with knight f6, but I have a feeling that's not going to happen. He's a pretty decent player from all the evidence I've gathered so far. C5. Many options. I'll go with d5. e5 first might have been even stronger. I don't know. Why not do it now? As long as his knight can't jump to f5, his prospects are severely limited. I guess queen d7 is what he should do. But it doesn't look like much fun. Reaching peak tiredness, so time to entertain ourselves. Pepe Cuenca left one of the wigs he likes to wear when no one's watching in the studio. How do you wear this, like this? That doesn't look ideal. There must be some way to wear this. Is this a good look? King h8. Might as well. Not sure this makes me look any smarter, but it might hide my tired eyes. Famous Eagles song, you can't hide your tired eyes. And your smile is a cheap disguise, not thin disguise. I got attracted by this move, which is more showy than anything, but thought it was cute. Problems for Dr. Sausage, which is a unique kind of doctor. It's not a Dr. Dre or Dr. J situation. Dr. Sausage is probably a real doctor. Maybe like half a doctor, like Dr. Nick from The Simpsons, maybe. Or Dr. Doom, who's a doctor in real life, but not as a supervillain, but he keeps his doctor title. Speaking of doctors, Pepe Cuenca is going to be a doctor. Can you believe that? The Ratatatata guy, doctor of mathematics or whatever smart stuff he is about to do his doctorate in. Serious overachiever, Mr. Cuenca. Nothing wrong with d7, but nothing wrong with rook f7 either. Let's go home. Thank you for the game, Dr. Sausage. Yeah, I'm not sure this really behooves me. But now I messed up my real hair too. Can't win. Where are the newbies at? I can't find newbies. Play non-newbies who stuck with us. Still a lot of challenges. This is the part of the show where I'm pretty much asleep. Oh, haven't played this dude yet, it looks like. Sanat Singal number 3. Mambo number 5. See if he's here. Looks like he's not here, so it might be countdown time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Abort. Sorry. I'm so sorry. No, by newbies I don't mean beginners necessarily. I meant guys I have not yet played. But I think I've worked my way through most of the list by now and played all you guys at least once, or at least Banterthon has. This is your chance if you're a premium member, or if you want to become a premium member, go premium, challenge me, since I think I'm done with all the guys I had never played. I'm looking for new blood here, but now I'm playing against Toby1896, another very strong player, 2408, who seems to like the Dutch defense, which is pretty horrible in opening. But for variety's sake, not sure it's variety, I've probably done this before, I decided to go with 2 knight c3. Which, yeah, normally not a fan of the knight on c3, as we've talked about before. But with the pawn on f5, it sort of encourages black to go d5. And then there are certain pluses to it. I've obviously don't know any theory here, but I'm not sure you need to. My plan is something along the lines of castles, prepare c4, be better because his pawn is on f5. That's the rough outline of the plan. Bishop f7 feels a bit provocative, even though this is his bad bishop. If I can take it while ruining his uncastled king's position, I will certainly go for it. All right. Here we go, yo. Not sure if I'm selling my advantage too cheaply if after bishop knight d6 I take it and go bishop takes f5. Because with the opposite color bishops, actually my pawn on e3 looks a little weak. So I think I'm not gonna do that, believe it or not. Probably he would be happy if I didn't do it though. So, decisions. Nah, I'm gonna do it. Pawn is a pawn. Wouldn't be able to live with myself if I decided not to grab a pawn once in my life. He's thinking maybe he wants to go g5 or something suicidal. Maybe it's not suicidal, not sure. It looks fairly risky, to put it mildly. Must stay caffeinated. f6, interesting. Fe, Fe, I'm not winning a piece just yet. But, no, castle. Don't feel like overthinking this. Maybe c4 was better. Then I shied away from it because of queen a5 check. And yeah, probably rightly so. The good news is I don't have to be in any particular hurry to take on e4. I got plenty of useful things to do. c4, bishop e5. Something's gonna pop up. I guess black plays e6 here. And I was planning to do this. Not sure this is the most severe punishment the position had to offer. Probably it isn't, but it still looks reasonably pleasant. Rook g8, he's really asking for trouble. I guess I can't resist. Let's bring the heat. After queen g5, I'm gonna have to think for a moment. Doesn't go queen g5, then I'll just grab. Yeah, that's what you get for playing one F5 kits. Nah, it's not really F5's fault, but it plays into it. It's just not a logical move. Keep preaching that, no one ever listens. Also doing reasonably well on the clock, so things are looking alright for Mr. Banterthon this time around. Rook h8 is not the move you want to play, but it's a tough position. How do we finish this off? Shouldn't start calculating, I can't calculate anyway. Everything goes. I'm mainly doing this because it will annoy him that he has to go to b8, I thought. I'm not sure it was the best way to play at all. Probably wasn't. But I thought it was an annoying way to play, which is just as good sometimes. Now I'm drifting a little bit, having too much fun. Time is running out. Okay, let's open a few other fronts. Feels like it's time to deliver the coup de grace. Is that English? Who cares? Checkmate somehow? Nah, who wants to checkmate anyway? It's not fun. It's much more fun to win on time. Even though my position isn't exactly bad, so I don't feel too guilty for it. And Toby1896 resigns. Thanks for the game. Looks like some noobs have arrived again. Jogger! C4 dude. Let's play C5 for a change. I'll do whatever you do. No problem. Should I keep copying his moves? Nah. I don't think I'm making any sense, so don't be impressed by the deep maneuvering. I'm really just randomly jumping around. Just for funsies. I think 96 might be wrong. Maybe I've gone rook b8 and then play for b5. Jogger might be a good player. Maybe he's just new to the site. So far he's been playing well. And we all know how much I hate it when you play well. Nothing fills me with more sadness than an opponent who is playing well. I'm not one of these, yeah, for a good chess game you need two good players and it's a conversation. I want to take all your pawns and crush you. The worse you play, the happier I am. Sad but true. A little worried. This is a non-return ticket to h4. But it looked like active-ish. Trying to look like I'm thinking, but I'm really not. I'm just trying to stay awake. Now the time has come. Yeah, the various players on the schedule tomorrow, I don't know. It's probably going to be whoever's going to be around in the office, but we'll talk about it tomorrow. I believe Niklas, Pepe Cuenca, Ilya, and yours truly are all in Hamburg. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll do some fun things. Maybe not. We'll see. No thought really went into this. I just thought, let's do a Banterthon. Let's gather the guys who and girls who are in the mood for it. And yeah, I think it's a fun event. Not so much for me because I'm trying to stay awake now. In general, I like the idea of it. And it ends tomorrow, 6 p.m. Central European Time. Do we have Central European Time? GMT +1? I always get confused with time zones. German time. F6, he wants to checkmate me, but I might be first, no? Okay, I don't want to checkmate you, I just want to take your pieces. I'm simple-minded like that. I do understand I should not allow any queen coming to h6, but I probably won't. And Jogger resigns. Can't jog home. Let's play Floyd Akash. Oh, but he challenged a weird time control. I saw it too late. I don't like 3+1. Takes too long. Limits the flagging opportunities. Not a fan. Go c4. What do I do? Last game I played e6. Last game I played c5. This time around, let's go e6. And d5. And c6. The triangle. b3. What is b3? Never seen b3 in this very position. Probably nothing wrong with it, but still surprising. I don't know. Get some pieces out, I guess. g3. Pushing it. Now I'll pin. A la pin. Keep pinning. Careful with those pins. Milking the pin. It's legal because of the pin. Well, it would be legal either way, but here it wins a pawn. How do we do this? Just exchange stuff, I guess. Knight on the rim. Yeah, I've sort of taken my foot off the pedal after the opening, and well, he doesn't really have a lot of compensation, but it's not gonna be easy at all to convert this. I'll try though. C1. Where do I want my pieces? Still not sure. That was a weird move. Stop making weird moves, Jan. Focus. A5 was weird. Should be 7 as normal. Okay. Time to focus. Not sure how well my focusing has worked. Still a pawn up, that's the good news. Still not easy to convert, that's the bad news. Not easy at all, actually. What to do? Keep making moves, I guess. Yeah. Not easy, not easy. But maybe possible. Did I blunder? No, I didn't. Tough grinded out victory against Floyd Akash. Sorry for the lack of talking. It's more of an awakeness situation. Okay, Sanat Singal, this is your last chance. You didn't show up for our last. I don't know if I clicked on you once or twice. I'm not sure if I already officially banned you. Nah, there he is, Sanat Singal, number 3. Showing up for duty. So tired of 2c5, really. So tired. Good old Benko. Queen c2 is one of many playable sidelines. Guess what is a bit better here, but yeah, these structures, I don't like them because it's too easy to make random moves with black. Well, with white, it's not so easy to break through. See? My plan is to go knight c3, rook d1, e5 in one order or another. So far a flawless game by Sanat Singal. Can I grab something? I'll try to grab something. If I can grab something, it becomes less flawless. Yeah, my point still stands. These Benko positions are just too easy to maneuver. Well, white has to be a lot more precise. Who wants to be precise at this time of day? Still, yeah, if I can win some material, like, I will be in less agony. It looks like you can still defend, though, with, like, bishop c3 and then knight b6, or maybe knight b6 immediately. At least it throws a spanner in the works, as we say. Must stay awake. So much energy, only 5.5 hours ago. What is this, knight b2? Okay, gimme. Blundering things here. Very hard to tell anymore. I have a feeling the next 2.5 hours might not be too beneficial to poor Banterthon's rating. Even though I kind of wanted to get him back to where he once belonged. He should really be 2800, but I'm not sure I can deliver the goods anymore. And of course all of this is an elaborate excuse saying that, yeah, if I was more awake, I would crush everybody. But since I'm so sleepy, I'm not at my usual incredibly devastating chess playing strength, because I'm so smart, I really understand chess so well. Yada, yada, yada. So many excuses, so little time. I don't understand the Banco, and yeah, I'll keep ranting about it. You see, like, once we get out of the standard positions, my chances increase, but it's just too easy to make like 100 decent moves in the Banco for black. Prunerov 99. From, I should learn flags. Is that Italy, Mexico? Something completely different. It's Mexico. Welcome, Prunerov 99. Looks like he's not here. Didn't you just challenge, dude? Oh, there he is. E4. G6. Oh, I have food. Maybe food will help. Even though this is like nuts, normally they make you more sleepy. They're not the quick energy fix. I will play my childhood system. Felt very smart as a kid when I did this G6, D6, C6 nonsense over and over again. But I've wisened up since. Or just become less curious, less adventurous. I don't know, one of the two. What to do here? Guess you could make a case for C5 or whatever. Can we transpose the dragon? Let's try to transpose the dragon. Prunerov doesn't want any dragons. He's not Khaleesi, that's for sure. I'll just try to be annoying. Sorry for the very loud chewing and whatever this noise is when I'm reaching into my bag of stuff. Move the bishop. Here or here. Or there. Even though there I like less, gotta be honest. Once again, play excessively greedy. It's not a very good move because of h3, followed by knight a3. There's not a snowball's chance in hell my queen would make it out of b2. So it's sort of a nonsense move. But I'm looking. I was taught not to talk while chewing, but I was also taught to talk while doing Banterthon, so I don't see a way out. Maybe not eating, but who can do that? The thing I meant to say, I'm looking for a way to create... Oh, I blundered a piece. Uh-oh. I don't dare even going bishop d4 because of queen a4 check. Aye, Prunerov, this could be your moment. No! Now I can take the piece. Oh, so close. Just remove it. Maybe he pre-moved castles because he didn't see Queen A4 check. And he thought, this Grandmaster dude will probably recapture after he took on D4. But no, I'm capable of many different types of blunders. I tend to be able to avoid them, in fairness to myself, but not always. Ay, ay, ay. Let's get some pieces out. Yeah, sorry I don't blunder against everybody. I try generally not to blunder, even though I'm sure people do enjoy that. I don't do it on purpose, but it sometimes happens, even though that was a pretty silly blunder, which normally shouldn't happen. Sorry for all the loud chewing. I'll be done after this game with the chewing part. Here or here. I'm scared of blundering more things, so I'll try to exchange queens. Okay. I'm kind of blunder prone by now, so I should try to keep everything protected at all times. It's not a way to go through life or through a chess game, but in general, the less potential targets there are, the better. The less pieces there are, the better too. Oh, this guy is loose. Must put it somewhere where it's not loose. Prunarov after that, not taking the piece incident, has actually played quite well. 95 I like, because first of all more pieces disappear, and also objectively I think it makes my task a little easier with new weaknesses appearing on d5 and my rook controlling the c file. But yeah, I was trying to compliment Prunarov 99 for having played well outside of this little opening intermezzo. Now, however, I will do my thing and take one pawn, then another pawn, then another pawn, then another pawn, and it will not be pretty. I told you how this was gonna play out. Therefore, Prunarov resigns. Alright, one more game, then another break. Pour water on my face or something. Now what? Let's play Pablo Barba. Yeah, ratings are quite volatile. But I only win 1 point for most of these games, so it's sort of hard to rise them too much with my policy of trying to play all you guys. Then again, this time of day, I don't think my playing strength is about poor Banterthon's rating. As evidenced by the last game, for example. This is theory stuff, knight d4 or d6 are both possible. I like knight d4 because an knight on c6 is a dumb piece. So might as well get rid of it. Pre-move. Must stop dehydrating. We have the good Magnus water, which probably doesn't quite make you play like Magnus. Who knows? Why is Pablo Barba playing so well? Stop playing well. I don't like that. I guess I shouldn't be drinking out of the bottle, but my manners suffer a little at these hours. That's a little awkward because b5 is coming. See? Change your mind quickly, huh, Pablo boy? Not sure I can exploit it that much, unfortunately. I'll just keep playing random moves. Bishop g4 looked tempting, but I didn't see any gains to be made from forcing the queen to g3. What else does Pepe have here? He has lots of props. How do you wear this thing? This? Oh. Is this like his normal head size? His head is like 8 times bigger than mine. Hard to believe. But he does have a big head, that guy. I'm feeling I'm wearing this the wrong way around. But it still feels good. It feels right to wear a sombrero at all times. How have I gone through life without wearing a sombrero? Even though I'm wearing it the wrong way around. I do not know. And what is all this stuff doing here? Pablo Barba says, oof. Yeah, a lot of tension after f5. Don't ask me for advice. I probably would give some if I could. But I'm just making moves. I hope you blunder a pawn. He doesn't blunder a pawn. That's just sad. See, I didn't want anything particular. I'm now just trying to defend this pawn. Should b3 is a good move, putting my center under a bit of fire. Still don't know what I'm doing. I'll try to get the pieces out. Rook to e8 or something. I have a feeling this is the wrong way around, and I'm sure the National Sombrero Committee does not enjoy seeing a sombrero being that mistakenly employed. That was also why this thing was so wide. Now it all makes sense. Yeah, this feels right. Feels like the correct way to do it. Nah. I'm reading the chat. I'm not sure I'm interpreting it right, but I feel like the tactics ratings there way lower than they should be. Like, I know some very, very strong players, like world-class players that have like 2100, 2200 there, so I'm not buying that. Of course, most ratings in Blitz are inflated, especially for good players, because you still get a point for winning a game, which you're probably gonna win 100% of the time. Therefore, for the stronger players, the ratings are a little inflated. But, I don't know. Yeah. This speech is going nowhere. Didn't really have a point. Just saying that the tactics ratings I feel are way too low. Like compared to real life ratings. But I'm not even sure if we're talking about Chess24 ratings. Maybe we're talking about something completely different. Trying to scare Pablo here. Some FE bishop h3 is in the air. Gimme. And now... no rush with that. Give me your pawns, sir. Kind sir, would you mind parting with some of your pawns, please? I have a feeling I need them more than you do. Bishop d2 was weird. Should I pre-move this? Not sure. Yeah. Half pre-move. Drag and drop. Is that how you call it? Should give a check. No more checks now. Counterplay. I want to keep my a7 pawn. The a7 pawn and me, we've grown fond of each other over the years. I wouldn't call him family, but it is a very close relationship. We're a tight bunch, a7 and I, so I can't just let you attack him. Thanks for the game, Pablo Barba. I'm getting a headache from wearing this way too tight sombrero. But anyway, break time. Put water on face. See you guys in a couple minutes. Thank you so much for keeping me company. Well, I'm going slightly mad. 2 more hours, or a bit more than 2. See you then. Here we go again. The graveyard shift. My last 2 hours from 4 a.m. till 6 a.m. I changed t-shirt showing what a company man I am into my good old Chess 24 shirt. And I'm still dedicated. No, I'm not dedicated to crush you all. Dedicated to trying to stay awake. I'll play against what's his name? Ossiapar. See where you are. D4. What about D6? Because E4 immediately calling me out on not occupying the center, as you should. So I'm gonna have to play the Pirts, where I am not much of an expert, to put it very, very mildly. Bishop G5 is a decent system. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Sit around and wait for you. Oh, so aggressive. Don't know what to do. E5 feels a bit weird. Could go knight h5 and then e5 maybe. Also feels a little weird. It all feels weird to me. But nothing really matters to me. Yeah, knight h5 was a bit of a stinker. I'll keep pretending like it's all part of the master plan. Oh, the usual questions are pouring in. Little time for chess, what to do? No clue, I'm so sorry. If you like chess and yeah, look at something, it's gonna be beneficial. I'm an openings guy. I know lots of guys that aren't openings guys. I've also improved. I've always been more interested in openings than in other stuff, so I've prioritized those. Many people have done different things. I am afraid there's no secrets. Also depends on you. What type of player you are, where are you at? Je ne sais pas. What's going on here? He's so aggressive, this guy. Well, I'm really just moving back and forth. Looks like I've spent 800 tempi on doing absolutely nothing. Not ideal normally. Okay, time to focus. Give me that bishop. The problem is he's in time now to go f3 and then h5, and after g5, g4 would be probably a strong move. But I don't think that's his intentions, because I don't think he wants to close the king side. I think he wants to checkmate me there. Which maybe he's gonna succeed, but he might not. I might want to close the king side with f4. Not sure if this is the way to do this. I have a feeling he's gonna reopen it for us very soon. Guy's playing well, by the way. Ossiapar. Don't like my position much, but I'll still encourage him to checkmate me on the G file. Very dangerous position for me. You know, it's a little bit dangerous. Okay, I lied. There's no checkmate. Oh, is this a 3-minute game? I could have easily lost this one on time. But now I realized the nature of the beast. So I won't lose on time. How about that? Looks like we're blitzing now. Let's blitz. Good move, sir. Relentless. Playing really well. Still playing really well. Am I gonna lose this? I was sort of in I'm gonna win on time mode. But I got very cruelly outplayed with the guy having literally 0 time on the clock. Very impressive. But the good old flagging skills are still in place. Let's play Doherty. 1033. That indicates someone who's quite new to chess. Let's introduce him to the Najdorf. I'm sure he knows the Najdorf. I know he does this stuff, which I do sometimes. I always feel dirty when I do it, but I still do it. I want to get dirty. Kind of a dragon now. Dragonish. Bishop on g5 is not ideal. It should provide some extra cover for this knight. Now the knight gets out of the way. Bishops are stronger than knights normally, especially in such a position. So don't just give the bishop up for the knight on f6 unless you have a real good reason. Like I might have a real good reason soon if it wins material after bishop f3 and then knight e5. But else don't do it. It's only 4:06. Like the last 15 minutes felt like they took longer than the 6 hours before. That's a problem. Gonna need some help. Tell me some funny movies, guys. It's my resolution for tomorrow night. Free tomorrow night, so I can watch Anchorman again. Not sure I should be drinking more coffee. I've had like, how many coffees have I had? 3. It's probably enough, but it's gonna be a struggle to stay awake. If I keep telling myself that, that probably doesn't make it easier. Positive thinking. I am a rock. I am an island. Is that a Simon and Garfunkel song? Could be. Could be a Simon and Garfunkel song. This dude Paul Simon, he wrote the theme song for this show I recently watched, weird show called Horace and Pete, some Louis C.K. vehicle. It was good, but kind of weird. Little over ambitious and strange, but still good writing most of the time. Some pretty good actors. So I think I recommend it, but it was a little weird. Give me your queen. I'll go f4, then I'll go bishop d4, and I'll reap the harvest of my subtle bishop e5 provocation. No, I don't think Simon Garfunkel were talking about the Rock of Gibraltar, but maybe they were. They also said I am an island. I don't know. I know Jay-Z talked about the Rock of Gibraltar, so I asked how could you falter when you're the Rock of Gibraltar, but I don't think Simon and Garfunkel were into that rock. Who knows though? This game is not that exciting because I'm using the fact that poor M. Doherty is kind of new to chess and taking as many of his pieces as I can get into my greedy fingers, my virtual fingers. And therefore M. Doherty resigns. Thank you for the game, sir. Back to the list. The list. I should try to click blindly, but then I'm gonna miss all the buttons. Colin.Cone. Colin.Cone. Conair. It was A as rock, yeah. Let's find out. I'm sure I can Google I am a rock. I am an island. Yeah, it's Simon and Garfunkel. The song is even called I Am a Rock. It has its own Wikipedia entry. I Am a Rock is a song written by Paul Simon. While we're waiting for Colin.Cone, he's probably asleep. Does he talk about which rock we're talking about? How can this be like a 10-page entry? Blah blah blah. No, we won't find out which rock it is. Sorry, Colin seems asleep, so let's wrap this one up. Let's play this guy. Oh, but he's too strong. 2563. Must focus, which is gonna be really, really hard. Why are you awake? You're probably not awake, right? Netherlands, 410. He's probably not awake. Did I play him earlier? I have a feeling I did, but I can't never remember anything. Yeah, I think I played him. Foss, but he's clearly asleep. Let's start the abort countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 abort. Poor Banterthon. How are we gonna get you back to 2800? It's gonna be tough. I believe Mr. Peppeich will have to do the job. Let's play Eddie Newgate. Eduardo. D4, knight out. Pawn forward. Why not play the King's Indian, which I deeply dislike. You gotta challenge yourself sometimes. Is this theory? Probably it's theory. Je ne sais pas. If I can get a knight to d4, I'll put it there. and try to support it. So it grows up to be a responsible adult. Just leave it there, you don't care, huh? I want to go f5. You can prepare b4 for as long as you want. I ain't worried about nothing, because I can check you. Is this all part of the plan? Doesn't look so great, does it? Maybe it's all part of the master plan. But I don't like it, Edward. Not gonna lie. I'm not a fan of your opening play. Any direct vicious attacks? Don't see them. Don't want to think about them, so I'll just make moves. Edward is remarkably unconcerned about having his king on e3. Ah, there he goes. Tries to run away. But how far is he gonna get? Problems. This is checkmate if you allow me to do it. So I probably won't be able to do it, but you're gonna have to give me like a rook to stop me from doing it. So yeah, it's not a good situation, Edward Newgate. Oh, you can go king d2. Why not try that? Still, it's not a position I would like to play with white. Is it mate in one? Maybe it's mate in one somewhere. I can't see it though. King's Indian, beautiful opening. Edward keeps fighting till the bitter end, but the end is near. And he's seen enough, doesn't wait for knight f2. Mr. Ethan Thorno. Can we make a rule? No more d4, knight f6, c4, c5 on this side? Everyone's doing it. It's really, really getting to me. It's not that good an opening, guys. Not sure if I should pre-move ed. With a6, a4 included, you can also quite comfortably play cd, which transposes to mainline of the modern Benoni, where a6, in my opinion, is not the most critical try. While these ed positions, I know they're good without a6, a4, but I'm actually not that sure with a6, a4. So I'm going to change my mind and pre-move cd now. As long as I can pre-move, I'm happy. Now feeling is gonna go for e6, e5. Try to lock the position down. No, he doesn't. But now with knight bd7 already, ed is very good for white. Not as in winning necessarily, but it's quite unpleasant. Or so I would hope. I guess he's gonna go knight e5, but then takes bishop e3. And normally black is not quite in time to stabilize the queen side here, because I have this little hook. It's trouble. Amfico Elias's surprise. I'm tired at 4:17 in the morning after 6.5 hours of chess. Yeah, these things happen, but I'll fight through it. Still crush Ethan. This or knight a4? Maybe knight a4. No, I should have gone AB. Doesn't matter. Maybe it does matter. Maybe it's gonna matter. Because now you can go e4, bishop e2, ba, and b2 is hanging, which annoys me a little. Still good for me, but it annoys me a little. This pawn is up for grabs. It's there for the taking. This world is mine for the taking. What are you thinking about? It's pretty much resigns if you don't take on b2, so you might as well. Goes knight d7. Did not listen to me. Alright, I'll keep it as simple as I possibly can. Because complications are not in my interest currently. Not that they ever are, but especially here. All I want to do is push these pawns up the board. That stops me from executing my plan temporarily, but probably not permanently. Sorry for all the eating. I know it's very rude. Spatry is explaining Germans are good at English because they know grammar. Is that a Nelly song? Country grammar? Yeah, I've studied that one. It has helped my English quite a bit. Which pawn to push? Maybe none. d6, bishop e6, I don't like. I'll just do nothing for now. Well, I can win on time if things go wrong. But okay, my position is also kind of good. Might not have to go for plan B. Could go for the rook grabbing plan. Ethan resigns. Thanks for the game. Ethan Thorno. No new arrivals? Oh, here we have a new guy. Rocker. From the United Arab Emirates. Welcome to the show. If you're there. If you're not there, not welcome to the show. Pre-move knight f6, that's a very risky proposition after. Or 2c4 is not that rare. It seems like he's hell-bent on flagging me from the get-go. But I'm not gonna think about stuff, so that's gonna be tough to do. And in a battle of not thinking about stuff, my reflexes might be superior, so maybe you have to think about stuff. It's all very confusing. I don't think I'm making any sense myself. But start thinking. Maybe I should have thought about stuff. Maybe not. Ugh, I'm really playing terribly. Okay, time to focus. Rook f7 sort of justifies everything I've been doing. Still, time to focus. Still don't feel fully locked in. Here maybe? It's a weird looking move I know, but I don't want to give the d4 pawn and I really can't calculate. I'm probably missing mates in 2, left and right. It's a pretty unpleasant position for black still. Is there another mate in 2 opportunity? Don't know. It's time. The time is now. Thanks for the game, Rocker. Sorry if I was rude earlier, I'm just really tired. I don't mean to be mean, just mean to crush you all. Velvet Hammer, anybody? The Slav, 95 or e3 at the main most, but knight h4 is quite playable as well. It's a weird move, but it did occur to me that if I went bishop d2 as I was intending, knight b6 hitting the d4 pawn was a little unpleasant. So I had to change tracks. Don't have a feeling I've played this all that well. Black is more than alright after, let's say, queen h4, h3, long castles or whatnot. Looks like he's listening to the show. Ooh, 94, another bad move. Had to take on d5. Okay, time to focus because I'm flying very close to the sun here. don't want to focus. Sounds are starting to annoy myself. So this was good for me, because this dude is probably dropping. Therefore 92, bishop e2, queen takes e4 looked like the way to go to me. Pin. Yeah, I'm not at my awakest state. It's because we have this different time zone thing in Europe, where it's 4:29 a.m. and I've started playing at 10 p.m. Didn't wake up that early, so I was doing quite well to start the session. But now, I guess there is this biorhythm thing or whatnot. It's telling me you should be asleep, you shouldn't be crushing Velvet Hammer. He knows he has work to do in the Slav still. Nah, it wasn't because of the opening. Opening actually went alright for Velvet Boy. But I got 1.5 more hours to go in this Banterthon. Be glad if we had some new premium members I could play. But it looks like there aren't any. Go premium, guys. You get access to, not plugging our, but you get access to a lot of good stuff. Lots of video series, tactics trainer, privileges. You can play in all these exciting banter blitzes. This was the least inspired plug of all times. I honestly think that if you're serious about improving your chess, then it's a total no-brainer to get this monthly premium membership for $9.99 or whatever it is. I should probably look in the camera and not hold my face while plugging, but no strength. Oh, Skusumanu, haven't played you yet. Found a newbie. I'm black. I thought I was white every game now. I had the feeling I was getting white the last 800 games, which was nice. Looks like the law of averages is kicking in. See, I had the feeling you would play the Scotch. This is a safer pre-move than bishop b4, which I will do should he go knight c3. But knight c6, bishop b4 would be very unfortunate for various reasons. The main one being knight takes b4. Bishop d3, I don't know. I guess d5 is fine, but I kind of want to keep the position more fluid so I can go for a cruel and direct mating attack. I'm not playing objectively good moves. I'm just already gambling, and yeah, there you go. There's the punishment. He stops my plan, which was knight g4, queen h4, checkmate, pretty much. Now my new plan is bishop g3, queen g3. I'm aware it's not very advanced stuff I'm doing right now. I am playing for the cheapest cheapos I can think of. Guess I should castle at some point. Am I losing my queen after bishop g5? That'd be unfortunate. Not sure I can risk that. Weird move. But I panicked about bishop g5s. Bishop g5, I might go queen g3 just for effect and then resign after king h1, something like that. Now can I take here? I don't want to think about these things, I just want to do them. I will end up with slightly funny triple pawns. But triple pawns have never killed anybody. Objectively, this was once again bad, because he can go bishop c5, dc, f4. It looks like I have nothing better than taking on d3. My triple pawns might actually kill me. I think I'm worse there. But it had to be done so we could have fun. Can I do better? Maybe I can do better. Before cursing myself, let's ask myself, can I do better? Can I do this? Maybe I can do better. Maybe it was all great. See, grandmasterly long-term calculation decided this was a promising thing to do. Yeah, who am I kidding? It's trouble, Skusumano. King g2 loses after queen g4, so I guess you have to go f4, then queen h1 and knight g4 check, and all kinds of evil things are gonna happen. Check. Why do you think here? It doesn't upset me, but it always confuses me when people, I think, only have one legal move and they think about it. Really, no reason. Once again, king g3, queen h3 is checkmate, so king e2 is strictly forced. Play it and then think while I'm trying to figure out what to do. That's very important Blitz wisdom. Not exactly wisdom, but important nonetheless. Position is actually not that clear. See, there you go, pre-move. After bishop f2, didn't manage to crash through. Which is sad. I would have liked to crash through. That's a surprise. Oh, I almost blundered my queen in my surprise, even though dc followed by knight e3 checks possible, but it looks more circumspect to do this way. Not the prettiest pawn structure, but now I think I grabbed enough stuff on this other side of the board. Bishop f2 was more messy. Yeah, you have some positional compensation. But I have lots of material things. Maybe that's the problem of the Western Hemisphere. We overvalue our material things and forgot how to pursue true happiness. Like, am I really gonna be happier just because I grabbed another bishop? Not sure if that will contribute to my happiness all that much. I already have so many bishops. Why is this the one that changes my life? Thanks for the game, Skusumano. What about Mr. Luis F50? Ah, there he is. Another c5er? No! Good old Queen's Gambit declined. Everyone's best childhood friend. So hard to decide on a system here. Bishop g4, I like the idea to go bishop h5 and bishop g6. But isn't the timing a little off? Not sure, maybe it isn't, but I'll try to punish it nonetheless. I'm just trying to make it hard for him to bring his bishop here, which is a plan I've also employed under slightly different circumstances. I guess I could have gone f3 already, or I could go f3 already. It's probably better grammar. Yeah, see no reason against it. If he has to go bishop e6, then nothing bad has happened, but the plan has backfired. Or not backfired, hasn't worked. Not sure if the rook belongs here actually, maybe it belongs here to keep an eye on the d-pawn. Should I go e4 later? Je ne sais pas. Coffee is empty. It's not the gift that keeps giving, this empty Mac. Mac? Mac. Kind of drastic measures to chase my bishop away. G5 is leaving some long-term weaknesses. Therefore, I will direct my Knight Rider towards them. Maybe I should have gone pawn takes, now c5. Annoys me a bit. Knight h5 doesn't annoy me that much. Can I calculate this? Bishop g6, fe, bishop h5, rook e7, queen g6. Don't want to calculate, but maybe I should. Yeah, how bad can it be? Actually, it's not that great after knight g7. Messing up again. Very unnecessarily. I'll give a piece because I'm steaming. Still steaming. I think my piece sacrifice might have been kind of alright actually. Are we playing the let's try to flag me with 15 seconds against 1 minute game? Normally that game doesn't end well. And therefore Louis F50 resigns. Thanks for the game, Louis. Sorry, I messed up a little there. I guess you're not that sorry about it, but I am. What is this? Iban Alonso Limon seems to have my face as an avatar. That's a bit disturbing, isn't it? But thanks, I'm deeply honored. It just feels weird to play against someone who has my cartoon face there. It's confusing, isn't it? Let's continue with our little theme tournament from last game. I'll play the same line, cause why not? In general, I think black should not include h6 in these positions. I'm not sure how big a deal that is, but I wouldn't do it. Just annoying to have these weaknesses around your king. Then again, without h6, you can't go 96. Can't win. I don't know what to do here, in all honesty. If in doubt, play king h1 is a time-honored chess rule. Guess I'll retreat all my pieces. All the way home. Maybe g4 was better, just trying to gain some space there first. People don't honor their bishops. I'm the last bishop friend left. It's bishops. They have long range, cover all kinds of things. They're good people. See, you might get pinned. Imagine you had a bishop on e7. None of this unpleasantness would happen. That kind of did happen earlier, but the pin is less annoying. See, bishops, good people, covering all kinds of ground. Time to do some stuff in the center. Yeah, I do need coffee. Morning coffee just arrived. It's not that premium brand. I like my premium coffee better. Guess I should go on one more break, but it feels like I just went on break. Just the last hour took much longer than the previous hours. Or it felt like, probably it took like 60 minutes still. But it felt longer for hungry and sleepy reasons. Nah, not really hungry, just sleepy. My only weakness is hungry and sleepy. Queen b8. Alright. Well, the position was bad, so I'm not gonna be as pretentious as usual and say, what are you doing? Who are these people that decentralize their queen? Might be too late. Wanna do knight fork. Yeah, this is hopeless. It really is. I said I'm putting lots of pressure on myself by making these proclamations, but these bishops are ruling the board. These pawns are ruling the center. The knight joined the fun. I think it's a strategic model game for these lines in all humility. Nah, Thanks for the game, Ivan Alonso Limon. And he resigned, showing understanding of how desperate the situation got. Eduard 1 from Germany. Why are you awake? You just woke up at 4:47? Is this the time you wake up before going to work? Probably is. Another one of those? Seal pre-move. No, it's gonna be a Queen C2 Nimzo situation. Since he wakes up at 5 in the morning, I have a feeling he's a hard worker and he's probably studied my video series on the Queen C2 Nimzo and knows every little detail about it. D6 is not the main line, but it's a playable line. Now I'm gonna try to recapture on C3 with Mr. Bishop. And I think we're transposing to some other thingy here. Ugh, I never know theory of any of these things. They go G3, is this the position where they go G3? B4? I don't know. I'm sure I covered it expertly in my video series, but je ne m'accorde. Is that a word? Probably not. De rien. Je ne regrette rien. Very untrue. Je regrette lots of things, mais je ne sais qu'est-ce que c'est fait. Goes A5. I never know if A4 is a threat here or not. I guess if you feel it's a threat, you should go B3. If you don't feel it's a threat, you should let it be. And somehow I don't feel that strongly it's a threat here. Because I want to do battle on this side of the board. In general, it's one of those lines where you give the two bishops, and I think we talked about the virtue of having two bishops last game. Bishops are good. Oh, I forgot something. For some reason I was expecting knight c5 after f4, EF, GF, which is my intention. There is knight takes d5. Knight c5 looks bad somehow. Guess I'll keep it simple. Take here. And now, so many options. Should I go e4? Not sure I need to. Looks weird e4 actually. Come on, there must be some good move here. Will I spot it? Nah, unlikely. I'll go e4, but it's a bad move. I just couldn't muster the strength to think of a stronger one, which I'm sure existed. Yeah, e4 is a terrible move. Maybe it's not. What do I know? But I don't like it. I'm deeply unhappy about the overall e4 situation. Time to let this bishop do something else. Another weird move. Playing lots of weird moves. Did a bad thing. Edward 1 is actually doing pretty well to ask me tricky questions. If I could still calculate, if I had all my calculating powers intact, I could do stuff like this, but I don't feel that's a realistic scenario. So, no, I'm playing terribly. Come on, focus. That's a really ridiculous move. Cutting off my bishop from h6. I'm gonna sit like I'm focused, but I still can't think. So I'm not sure how much that's gonna help. But I'm gonna look much more focused, right? What to do though? Feeling if I could just complicate the issue a little bit, that would confuse Edward. But I don't see how. I guess I have to bring my knight back to defend. Very unhappy. I had a good position, but I played it like a beginner, and Edward outplayed me strategically over the last couple of moves. I'm still gonna win on time or whatnot, but this should have gone much more smoothly. F5. Going for broke. As much as I hate to sacrifice, I feel this is one of those sacrifices that should not be passed up. Even though I'm not sure I'm better or anything. Queen f7, queen g6 looks pretty reasonable for black. But I felt it had to be done so that we could have fun. There he goes. He's playing very well. Maybe I shouldn't have blitzed out that sacrifice. Anyway, whining is not gonna save the day. Or is it? That's the thing, you never know, right? Uh-oh. Bishop in trouble on g6. That's why I was cursing earlier about rook to e3, cutting off the retreat squares. I'm in real trouble. I have a feeling I might lose this game. Don't want that to happen. King g6, he's also playing flawlessly, which is also bothering me. Yep, I'm lost. He's not even that low on time. He spots every single thing too. It's getting spooky. Let me take you on a little trip to Flaggersville. Not sure you're gonna like the population. People aren't friendly, but they are very quick with the joke. I know that's kind of heartbreak and unfair, and I'm not proud of myself. Congratulations, Edward #1, for a very well played game. Completely outplayed me, really, through every phase of it. And yeah, good job. I feel dirty, but more sleepy than dirty, so the dirty feeling is gonna wash off. Good game by Edward, though. Let's crush ambitious pawn just to get over it. What's up, pony boy? You up or what? If you're not there, I'm going in break mode again. Good game, Edward 1. Yeah, countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Break. Timeout. See you guys soon. Thank you so much for, I don't know, just waking up or still being awake. Wherever you are, we're glad to have you. See you soon. What's up, nerds? Final session. Yeah, great intro. Put a lot of thought into that one. And I'll crush Dr. G. Is this the same doctor I played earlier? I think I played a different doctor. What doctor was that? It was some double entendre name, right? Maybe it was single entendre. Doctor... I can't remember. The memory issues. Old age. E4 is a weird move in this position. Knight f3. Why would you go e4? Weakening all these squares. It makes some sense after knight f3, knight c6, but then it's mainly because if you go e4 in that position, you have some trick after bishop c5. You can go knight takes e5. Well, here there's not many tricks, and I just have pretty solid strategic thingy going with this square and all that. I'm not able to articulate my thoughts all that elaborately anymore, but I still remember words like elaborately, so maybe I am. I also feel like I haven't extracted the maximum out of this position. Now white is kind of equal again, but what to do? Can always pre-move things. Might be one all the way back, huh? Back and forth. Check out my gravel pit. Yeah, that's what people tune in for, to hear me sing Wu-Tang really, really badly at 5:07 in the morning. Let's hope the Quank Master is slowly waking up already in whatever dark chamber he's been hiding over through the night and is ready to come to the rescue. It's a big responsibility he carries, this morning shift. If I had the morning shift, I'd oversleep every single time. Like, the good thing about the night shift is when it starts at 10, I'm normally still awake. You should go bishop g4. That's not a good bishop, so get rid of it. One more chance. But the morning shift where you have to be there at 6 a.m., I'm not sure what he's doing. I guess he's preparing b4, but I don't really care. Anyway, what was I talking about? Morning shift. Yeah, I wouldn't make that. King h2. What to do? I'll just freak him out because he wants to go g3, and I won't allow it without a fight. I'm not gonna be able to do it. Rook h1 is like extinguishing the fire with gasoline, because he gives me this much more important Mr. Pawn. Now the endgames should be winning, but I prefer keeping the queens on board in order to somehow checkmate him. In order to somehow checkmate him, is that correct grammar? Sounds more like country grammar. In order to... yeah, that somehow sounds a little off. But, not sure. GM Donald Trump is awake. Does the GM stand for General Manager? My Twitter is at GM Jan Gustafsson. I was hoping to gain some street cred in basketball circles with that Twitter handle, because they might think I'm a general manager. But so far, the plan hasn't really worked. Are you preparing g3 or are you not? Okay, now it's off the table. But I couldn't really tell if he was preparing g3 or not. I don't know what to do. I'm winning, but I still have to get the job done. Bishop g4, finally. Should have done this earlier when you still had all your f-pawns and stuff. Still, better late than never. Actually, Dr. G's position has improved a bit over these last couple moves. And the win is no longer so straightforward. I've also played slowly. He's played fast. Like, not faster than me, but not that I have a sure flag situation going on. I don't know, this position is no longer so great, which is a bit pathetic, because no offense meant Dr. G, but I didn't feel like he played perfectly, so I thought, well, neither did I. This sentence is already coming across as way more condescending than I meant it to be. Whatever, I'll try to not lose on time. But Dr. G has won this second half of the game so far. Nah, now making a comeback in the third half, but time is running out. Time is running out. Once Dr. Flagstone's instincts start kicking in, the going gets tough. When the going gets tough, the tough gets sleepy. I believe that's how the saying goes. Let's play G and Donald Trump. What's up, Grandmaster? You do have small hands, Donald Trump. That might be a problem when it comes to the flagging situation later on. This is the system I've been going with instead of bishop e7, mainly because of bishop e7 fatigue. I've played this throughout the last 2 nights. The problem is with it is that, yeah, there's some long theoretical lines which are kind of tricky. JM Donald Trump is disappointed. He wanted a marshal. But be careful what you wish for. D3 is sort of boring and not critical. Many options. Bishop e3, knight c3, knight d2, a4. So many things to do. I'm not sure I like h6. Now you could even make a case for d4. Well, yeah, still looks like fairly standard business. Also not sure about bishop b6. I'm in that. It's that time of the day where I second guess every single decision I make, even though it's pretty standard. Standard moves all over the place. I'm just a regular guy, and I don't know why. All the fuss about me. I do know. I don't get many compliments, but I am confident. GM Donald Trump seems to be a highly qualified chess player, actually. Who would have thought? If you would have been in my shoes, Slim Shady is something that you would have bought. I have no idea what these Eminem lyrics are doing in my head. Yeah, Fe d4, yeah. I'll still go Fe, but I don't like it. If that helps. Yeah, d4 is always a nuisance in these structures. Knight h2 looks less scary to me. As long as I keep my f4 knight, how bad can things really become? Oh, he's bothering me over there. Not very nice of you, Trumpy. This guy is a very strong player. Very confusing stuff. At least seems like he's honest since he just blundered the h3 pawn, which makes me feel a lot better about life. Oh, maybe I could have done something else. No, probably not. And now, what do we do? Queen h4 probably, yeah? Check doesn't do much. Even now, the situation is not that easy. Trumpy came up with another very good move. I'd like to take on g2, but I'm not sure I can do. Play this move, which is extremely ugly. Feeling I'm drifting big time. So I'll try to sit up straight and hope it's not too late. Was he thinking about other tricks? No, it doesn't look like. G3, really? How do we punish that? I don't know, maybe we can't punish it. Very impressed with GM Donald Trump's chess prowess, gotta say. Still in alright shape now that this rook is finally doing something. Even though I haven't calculated what happens after queen b5. I was just expecting good things to happen to me. Because that's what you do, especially if you're Donald Trump. But I'll take a page out of his playbook. Can I go here? Let's find out. Let's get drunk, that will bring us closer. Don't I look like a Halle Berry poster? I guess I don't look like a Halle Berry poster. GM Donald Trump resigns because rook f3 takes and rook f7. Very good game by the Donald. Well played, sir. He says ouch, but I thought he played alright. He blundered this. Knight takes h3, which was a bummer. But still play well. Another dude with my profile picked, Zero Limit. Zero Limit, the guy who almost beat me last night. So he was that impressed with my blundering my rook in that game that he adopted my profile picture. I'm honored. E4 by Emrix. I guess I should stop doing stuff with my hand in my face. But I don't want to, it's very comfortable. Can I pre-move this, or are you gonna go bishop h6? Tell me now, Emrix. Could have pre-moved it, damn it. Let's keep him guessing if I want to play Grunfeld style or other style. Tiger style. This system I've never really looked at, but my general policy is the usual. If I can grab a bishop, it shall be grabbed. That's a very complex situation strategically. Since I've never really looked at it, I'm not feeling that comfortable. Queen c2 looks normal, yeah. I guess I should get a knight out. Don't know what to do. This knight here looks a bit weird, right? Looks very weird, actually. Yeah, not a great maneuver. Whoa, he's going for it. Gotta give me a warning before you do such things, Emrix. preferably in writing, but you can also, just let me know. I'm planning to checkmate you. I'll take on g5, which I'm not really sure what that's about, to be honest with you. Because you're giving me a piece. How much compensation can this be? Not sure. Doesn't look like that much compensation between you and me. But still, I will try to generate a bit of counterplay on the side of the board where your king is located. 94? Okay. See, I couldn't pre-move both knights to g4 to f6. That was my problem here. I wanted to pre-move knight f6, but it's not legal to pre-move both knight e4 to f6 and knight wherever the other knight was. h5 to f6. Why did I remove this bishop? I was going to checkmate with this bishop on b2. Forgot about my plan. Why am I so forgetful? Okay, before you go g4, let me get out the way so I can grab it. Queen f5 looks nice and aggressive, but it's really not. Maybe it's time for this bishop to make his triumphant return to square one. Square g7, to be precise. Emmerich went for it, but it backfired. And GM Donald Trump is talking way too much about strategy. You're not the real Donald Trump. You're talking about the issues a little too much for my liking. Yeah, move very fast. That's how I does it. Don't give them time to think. Freak them out by blitzing out. Random moves. It is very unfair. But such is life sometimes. Let's play against Anders 2400. Anders game. 523? Feels like since I restarted I've already played 18 games. Time is really moving very, very slowly. I get the feeling time is a flat circle sometimes. Bye-bye Damir Donna. And yeah, the rating, no, I haven't really played it up that much. Problem is I'm only winning 1 point in most of these games, so it's hard to really get it going. And I lost a game early on. If you lose the big ones, very hard to get the rating up. But the point of this exercise is not so much that Banterthon gets a great rating. It's that you guys out there, our beloved premium members, get the chance to play against the Grandmaster for 72 hours. I just hate to lose, but it's really not so much about the rating. In general, I feel like I catch myself doing that because I'm mainly playing just here and not a lot of real tournaments, but people value their online rating so highly. It doesn't get you anything. Like real life rating for someone like me makes a difference because it might get you conditions at a tournament or whatever, a better gig at some team. But online rating, except for getting upset that one lost a game, has very little significance. So don't sweat it. All our ratings are inflated. Even 27, 23 is a pretty high rating in real life. Therefore, doesn't really matter to me the rating. What does matter to me is losing games. It always gets me. I just can't stand losing, even when it's middle of the night and I'm doing a Banterthon. Just don't like it. Donald Trump is offering drinks. We'll get to you from Baltimore. Nicholas here at the moment, so he's not in Baltimore. But yeah, I'll take you up on it. I've seen The Wire, so I know what a character like Donald Trump could do to Baltimore. I'm trying to keep my statements politically ambiguous. Very subtle stuff. I don't know theory here. Can I grab the pawn? That's normally my default. When in doubt, grab pawns. I should close the position before embarking on such robberies. The robbery expert. I don't know, might be some compensation here after 95. Sure, a4 is also legal. But a pawn is a pawn, is a pawn, is a pawn. And I really apologize for doing all this weird stuff with my hand. Just, I guess I gotta keep it moving to keep my eyes open. A lot of whining. Yeah, I've played tournaments in America. Can't say I love the experience. I've played, what's it called? The Marshall Open, is it called Marshall Open? No, the New York Open, Manhattan Open. I don't know what it's called. Thingy in Manhattan. 30-something street. I've played the Philadelphia Open, even though the year I played wasn't in Philly, but in the middle of nowhere. And I'm working hard on blundering my queen against GG0815. So we're gonna have to continue this very touching story once I extrapolated it from the danger it currently is in. Stranger danger. I anticipated that move. I was hoping Queen f5 would keep everything protected and well connected. I got wolves over there. I don't know, like I've been making all kinds of random hip-hop references. I think once I get tired, my head starts thinking in rap lyrics. Could have been some notorious stuff in there. The robbery expert? Ah, yeah, that is a biggie line, that is true. It's weird how the brain operates, right? Most of my vocabulary comes from sitcoms and hip-hop. That's why I don't have these fancy Svidler words. I normally even refuse to use the th, but I don't want to overdo the cultural appropriation thing. Don't think I can pull it off. Anyway, position has sort of stabilized. I'm now a healthy pawn up, but GG0815, who's only rated 1499, is putting up a hell of a fight. Why do all you guys play so well? I don't enjoy that one bit. And Carter proposes to blunder the queen on a4, which I'm not sure is a good idea. Between you and me, I would want to keep that queen. Sorry for my too condescending tone of voice. b5 is a bad move, queen a5, and he sort of blocks me. GG is playing well. Time is running out. Too hot for TV. That's why we're on the internet. Do I have any sort of plan? At some point, maybe now. Can use the fact that this bishop just went to h2 accidentally. Because on h2, there's some things a bishop should not do. Pre-move. I'm worried about that actually. That people, they know all my stuff now, they've watched my shows, they know my repertoire. Well, I'm not really learning all that much new stuff. I'm still keep recounting the same old whatever things I picked up about chess over the years. So people are catching up, which is great for, well, I think for Chess 24. And hopefully I do have a bit of an impact on some people improving their game, even though I mainly talk nonsense. That's not great for me. I'm gonna have to take a time out at some point and study chess so I can tell you guys new stuff. Because what am I gonna do if Electric Jellyfish from Japan knows all my secrets, but I don't know anything about jellyfish? I know jelly beans, but jellyfish I really know very, very little about. Oh, King's Gambit. I do know that I don't respect the King's Gambit. I normally go g5, but you might as well keep it fresh sometimes. Can I take here? I'm too simple-minded to play these positions, I guess. I'm not sure if this is theory or if knight takes d5 is a mistake. I see a pawn, I take it. Looks like I'm still alive, no? I can't castle, that could be an issue. Electric Jellyfish is blitzing out all these moves as if they were well known. But I don't know. I was gonna say I'm a pawn, but I didn't see that this guy was actually hanging. That's what it's come to. c3. I don't want to give you this pawn, but I might have to. That'd be sad. I don't like parting ways with pawns. They're like family to me. It looks a bit insane to take on c4 and then play g5. I'll still do it. Oh, bishop d6, but bishop d6. Nah, g5 is nuts. d5 is just bad. Once again, my greed is gonna get me in trouble. Story of my life. We all know there are studies that more money, more problems, as a big philosopher once said, or the more worldly possessions, the less happiness. Don't we all want life to be an infinite jest? Sorry, I'm aware I'm not making a lot of sense. We're almost done. Half an hour and the Quank Master is gonna take over with his machine gun, his ratatatata business, being fully rested. Ready for action. Nip it in the butt. Never relaxing. I feel sitting like this pronounces my incredible guns, Anchorman style. So I'm just gonna sit like this and try to move the mouse with my mouth from now on. I think I'm alright, by the way, because now d5, knight e7 is no longer getting the pawn back. And I can't see an obvious way to get that pawn back. And I like having extra pawns. That more or less sums up the situation. Speaking of the situation, what's he up to? Did his career pick up after Jersey Shore? I haven't heard of the situation for a while. I've seen his roast performance at the Trump roast, of all people. But he kind of bombed. It wasn't that funny. So I'm not sure the situation has made it as a stand-up comic, so I'm not quite sure what he's up to. Have I said I'm not sure during the sentence at all? Not sure. Electric Jellyfish is realizing this f4 pawn is here to stay, and he doesn't like it. I'll Google Electric Jellyfish. I'm eager to learn. Don't know what to do, so I'll play h6. Electric. Badly misspelled that. Jellyfish. Queen b5 is a good move. I was slightly worried that could happen. Jellyfish, yeah, I know what a jellyfish is, but what's an electric jellyfish? Just a lamp you have at home? I don't know. Did I give my pawn back? That'd be so sad. I'll do anything to avoid that. Even getting checkmated in a vicious kingside attack is better than parting ways with my pawn. It's my pawn. Not without my pawn. That's gonna be the title of my autobiography, which I'm sure will find a lot of readers. This is what I'm talking about. This looks very risky after e6 or any normal move, but I just can't part ways. Well, I already had to part ways, but I can't accept not being a pawn up. Even bishop h6 might be winning. What do I know? Why is electric jellyfish so strong? Why is everyone so strong? Why am I rambling? Who are these people? Yeah, e6 look good. Okay. Gonna have to seriously switch on focus mode if I wanna somehow swindle him in this game. Focus mode is activated. We have now taken over your radio. Seriously, dude, why are you 1677? You're sort of good at chess. I understand I'm saying that about everybody, so maybe it's just paranoia kicking in, but he's really playing very well as far as I can tell. The pawn grabbing instincts are still intact though. They will never go. Want to take if I go g5? I don't know. Might not go g5. Come on, if you want to take it, take it. Welcome to Flagistan. But I'm actually better, so once again, flagging feels less dirty when I'm better too. Even though this last move of mine might not have helped my cause, but there's always ways to knight fork. Very good game by Electric Jellyfish. I understand I might not be at the heat of my powers, but I'm really impressed with how strong some of these guys with reasonably humble ratings are playing. 5:39. That means 20 more minutes till the Quank train rolls in. That's what we call him. I'm gonna play Hard Rain. It's a bit of a weird username, right? Isn't that this movie with Morgan Freeman and Christian Slater? Which has like 30% on Rotten Tomatoes. Why would you call yourself after a universally acclaimed bad movie? I know that sentence doesn't make sense, but you get the idea. Why would you do that? What's the Hard Rain story? Tell us all about it. Bishop c7 is a little premature because black wants to go b5, b4 anyway. You should go knight a3 instead if you insist on playing this line with the white pieces. Not the most exciting line in the whole wild world. But now you might already be in trouble with white, and that's not exactly what you want. What's up with the chat? Is there proof of life from the Quankster? I'm not gonna watch SpongeBob. Why would I watch SpongeBob? Quank train. Oh, that's what I said, right? very confusing to see my lovely face all over the chat when it's not me saying stuff. So weird. Yeah, this position is good for me. I'm gonna rain on Hard Rain's parade. So hard. Can I take? Dr. Pongrabovich has re-entered the building. We back in the building. Y'all thought we was gone. 95, actually. Did not consider this. Probably a good move. Gotta give credit where credit is due. Bishop e5. Less good move. Too slow. Or is it? I should be a little careful, because if he takes and then follows it up with rook a1, could be some issues. So I guess I should get my king out of the way. Bring it here or somewhere where it's gonna feel better about life. And especially where it's not gonna run into rook a8 check. What's this? e4? Who are these people that give me free pawns? Why are they giving me the pawns? I'm not sure, like having my parody voice, a bad combination of Seinfeld and Cosby. It's very much in the spirit of the times. I guess I need something else. f4? Come on, Hard Rain. I'm hoping for you that was a miss. Click. Raindrops keep pouring on my head. What you gonna do when they come for you? Come on, let's go home. We back in the building. Once again, the PhD in pawn grabbery keeps paying off. This is not the time for subtleties. This is not the time to cry. What are we hoping for here, Hard Rain? There he goes, he resigns. Explain yourself. Why the username Hard Rain? Is that your favorite movie? And if so, why? It's not such a good movie. Or do you live in an area where there's a lot of hard rainfall? Very confusing. Some new arrivals here, probably just woke up. Jokei, sorry, I bungled that pronunciation. Horriblement, Mr. Jokei. That's your criticism, that I missed rook takes c3? You kidding? Oh boy. That has nothing to do with tiredness. Give me that. The Dracula Frankenstein variation. No, 94 is not fun. You should go queen h5, 96 bishop b3. That's more fun. Now I'm just fine. We back in the building. What's going on here? Why are you giving me all these pawns? Is this some trick variation? I don't know. Like, you know what I do when I'm faced with free pawns. So confusing. Some bishop f7 or queen h5, queen f6. I don't get it. I don't understand. 92. Could give a check, I guess. Check the vibe, yeah. Gotta wreck yourself before you check yourself. I know nothing I've said the last 2-3 hours has made any sense. But I'm just, you know, spitting out whatever my weird head tells me to say. And I don't think it has any grasp on reality and on the duties of a responsible Banterthonner anymore. Like to explain the strategic advantages of these 2 extra pawns in the center. Je ne sais pas. Let's ruin our pawn structure just a little bit. Why did I do that actually? That makes 0 sense. Now I can take a knight g3 and he's almost back in the game. That made no sense whatsoever. Knight f4 is less scary, I just cover everything. But knight g3 was the move he was meant to play. Way back in the building. I know what you're up to, Choke. No b4 for you, sir. I can see right through your thoughts. All right, Quankmaster to the rescue. 5:49. Studio is a bit of a mess. I have like 5 coffee mugs, my weird nut snack, some bananas on the table, some makeup, all kinds of clothes. I hope Pepe won't mind. Check. I'll just keep giving checks. Hope one of them ends the game. Probably they won't. We back in the building. No, I don't want him to go g4 check. Would add to my unhappiness level a bit if he got in that check. Too late, I pre-moved it. Yeah, I don't know whose makeup it is. Let's apply some for the last 5 minutes. Is that how you do it? did primo rook e8, so I'm insured against him making a move while I applied. Thanks for the game, Choky. He resigned, and sorry for all the insults I'm throwing your way. I'm just tired. Good game. All right, last game for me, I would guess. Then I don't think we've set up Pepper's shows because we never plan in advance. So it might be a brief intermission, I believe, is the layman's term, until the next game begins. I'll scan my list one last time if Banterthon has played all of you, or if there's somebody that has been overlooked, which would be very sad. Nope, looks like, oh, there's a new challenge just incoming. Word 20. Oh, but you got lucky. I thought you were new, but you weren't new. You already played against Banterthon. Anyway, I had already played everybody else too, and this is not the best time because even in the USA people are asleep by now. So most of the customer base is not awake. Poor Quankmaster is gonna have to deal with the early birds. Why poor? He could sleep at night. What are we doing here? We're 20, an IQP position, isolated queen's pawn. This might look like a weird move, but I think it makes a bit of sense. In order to go bishop e6 and fight for these, whatever these squares are called, these weak squares. The weak squares. Me and my fancy Grandmaster lingo. Going after all these things, squares, horses, bishops, kings. Oh, I think I said like 8 hours ago, I don't like this design, I'm gonna change it. So now that I have 2 minutes left, might as well do it. Oh, what happened? What happened? I tried to change it. This and this. Much better. Imagine we would have spent the whole night like this. We could actually see the board and follow the action clearly. But I kind of forgot during the course of the last 8 hours. So the last game I'm gonna play with my preferred board. I also prefer not having these like pawn thingies here, which I find just confusing and makes the board smaller. But to each their own. We're 20, 1295, not the highest rating on the server, but so far move 15 against a strong Grandmaster and more or less equal position. Okay, I might not be in strong Grandmaster state, but still, I was trying to be nice. I think he's dealt very nicely with the first part of the game, and there is no reason that rating should not be going up very soon. It's close to midnight on the East Coast. Then again, it's very hard to threaten big things with moves like rook to e8. Technically, bishop c4. No, I was gonna say technically it might win a pawn, but it really wouldn't. Anyway, word 20 is putting me under pressure. Did not expect things to go that way. I'll be honest. He's playing well. Gotta give credit where credit is due. But honestly, my main concern is that the Quankmaster, the Quank train, woke up and is gonna roll into the studio any minute. Because I'm not sure how longer I can do this. Nah, I'll soldier on till he shows up. But see, the level of cuffing, haircut, focus, play, banter, it's all falling apart. There's probably also like 3 people watching at these hours. So thanks to all 3 of you for sticking around. Thanks to Word 20 for finally blundering a trick, because else I'm not sure I would have been capable to win this game. Don't know how. 2 exchanges are 2 exchanges, even though he actually has a bit of compensation for both of them. Because if takes, this rook is under attack. I'm starting to think if I even want to take, but yeah. Can't get out of my skin. I'll give it 1 exchange back, believe it or not. You can have it back. The Cuenca Hurricane. People don't like the Quenk train term. The Quenk storm. The Quenkator. I know, it's 4 people. Apologies. Someone must just have woken up. 0 Lamont. Using my profile pic in the chat is freaking me out a little bit. Feels like I said something, but I didn't. So confusing. Here I'm an exchange up. Word 20. What is Word 20? Is that like a version of Microsoft Word? Because I have like Word 2000. Maybe 2000 is gone. Yeah, maybe it's time for an upgrade. Do you have Word 20? Is that the first version? Not sure what Word 20 means. Keeping my ears open if there's any quaint noise. Sounds like there's something, but maybe it's my mind playing tricks on me. Way back in the building. Check! Another pawn bites the dust. And another one down. Another one down. Another pawn bites the dust. Antonio A pawn is in a foot race with Caesar the C pawn, but the queen comes to Antonio's support while severely restricting Caesar's lifespan. Therefore, Word 20, seeing Caesar fall, the bishop says, "Wait for me, we'll be united in death just as we were in life." And therefore, not only does Word 20 lose on time, but the studio is also entered by the Quankmaster. Or I hope it's the Quankmaster. It might be like Freddy Krueger or something. I haven't seen him yet. But no, it's Mr. Pepe. I'm going slightly mad here.
I saw you did a good job too. You increased like 150 points or something, yeah?
Yeah, but Banterthon was a little overrated. I still didn't get him back to where he once belonged.
Okay.
No, I only won like 120. I won a lot of games, but I lost 1 or 2 early. It's very hard to win a lot of rating points. I crushed a lot of these guys, put them in their place, said clever things. I wore makeup for the last 5 minutes, so it was a good show. Anyway, Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca is in the building. He's gonna take over. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me, all 4 of you, all through the night. And we're gonna have to set up Pepe's show, I believe, but stay tuned. It's gonna start in 3-4 minutes, and he's gonna crush you with his machine gun. Thanks for watching. Have a good night. Stay tuned.